It wasn't intuitive. It wasn't intuitive. You had to really think about what you were doing. I had to take some chances on some links.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. I'm like, should I tap on that? Should I tap on that? So it wasn't. It's really interesting how they did it, but it's yeah, interesting.
Yeah, believe me, every single exhibitor has not done anything like this
Okay.
before. We've been practicing for a week to try and make sure we can handle, what's going to happen. It
is. Yeah. Whoever programmed it or whatever that's called, they did a fabulous job, but it's
Hey, Deborah, your phone was on mute, so you can unmute it.
Is it still on mute?
Yeah, it's on mute right now, so you have to unmute. Oh, you're good now. Okay.
I don't know how. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's on mute now. So
okay.
So we have a few people, so you can just start with the presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the presentation of the Blind Kitchen. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen, and I really appreciate that you're choosing to spend this time with us. I also want to introduce my business associate, Edgar Garcia Chavez, and he is actually going to be running the Zoom meeting. And that makes him a really good guy for a couple of reasons. Number one, this recording is going to be recorded. So if you would like a copy of it, you can ask us, or we're also going to provide a copy to the exhibitors. The second thing he's doing is it's going to have auto captioning on or auto transcription so that people who are deaf and blind can access the words in real time through their Braille displays or their e-readers. But he's also kind of a bad guy, and I'll have to tell you why he's a bad guy. Is number one, he's going to mute you all as you come into the room. So don't take it personally. It's just to keep it. We've all been in chaotic Zoom meetings, and this is just to keep it from being chaotic. If you do want to speak, you can raise your hand. And when the time comes for questions and answers, he will be tracking all of that. But there's also a chat box there. And if you raise your hand, and the meeting ends because we run out of time, we'll have no way to know what you wanted or who you are by just a raised hand. So it's best if you can go and type your contact information and your question or your comment into the chat box, because that is also going to be recorded. And if we don't have time to get to all the questions in the chat box, we will definitely get back to you after today, after the expo ends, for each individual comment. So we're gonna show a short video that is in weeks. So we're kind of the new kids on the block, and that should put us all on the same page as to what the Blind Kitchen is, what we're about, and how we work. Then we're going to open up the floor for questions and answers. And then we're going to show another short video that's going to feature a specific adaptive culinary tool. So you get a kind of an idea of what the products are that the Blind Kitchen is advocating for. And then we'll have another time for question and answers. And we're going to leave with a less than 2-minute video. Last week, a local news station came and honored the Blind Kitchen by doing a short news segment on us. And we feel like it really kind of captured who we are and the personality of the Blind Kitchen, what we're doing. So without further ado, Edgar, do you mind starting the video?
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen now. Can you see the video? Let me see. I'm going go now.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops
Yeah, there.
forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command
It
of the original
froze.
cupcake, hop into the various
Oh, there
muffin
goes he.
holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades and hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you. You're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black. Neo Creative Productions logo appears.
So it appears the video's over. This is a good time for question and answers. Edgar, do you mind monitoring the chat box and the hand?
Yeah, so just give me a second. Let me see where is the. Oh, I see it now. So we have Let me go here. I'm gonna ask to unmute. So we have Pat. You have to unmute yourself.
Pat, can you hear us? If you do, please unmute yourself and go ahead and ask your question.
So we have one question from Karen, and she said, "Can you give an overview of cost structure?"
I certainly can. So there are basically 3 levels of cost structure. If you buy all 4 of the collections, they contain a total of 62 unique items. It would be $749. And if you buy today, there's going to be a 10% discount on top of that, but that ends at midnight tonight. If you buy each of the collections separately, the first one is the most expensive. It's $300, and then they go down between $150 and $200 for the other ones. We also sell some of the items individually in the store, and those go from $4.99 to, I think it's $29.99. So that's the cost structure. There's with 62 items, as you can imagine, there's a very wide range of costs, and so that'll depend on which items you select or which collections.
There's another question from Diana. Do you purchase each box separately or as a unit?
That's a great question, Deanna. So the way these work are, you get a discount of about $50 if you purchase them all at the same time, but it can be overwhelming to get 62 items from 4 different collections. So what we do is we're going to ship you collection 1, which is the Kitchen Basics collection, right within a week after you pay for it. And then 1 month later, so that'll give you time to watch each video that's associated. So every item that comes with it, and the next part of this presentation will be to show you one of the items that comes with it, but every item comes with its own tutorial video. So that'll give you a chance. The items come in a resealable bag. They are labeled both in large print and braille. So if you get auto measure spout and you don't have a clue what it is, most people don't, then you'll go to the Blind Kitchen website and you'll watch the video that's associated with it, and it'll tell you what it is, what it does, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. So you'll have a month to learn the first 15 items. Then you'll get your second shipment that has to do completely with cutting and chopping. And that one that has 15 items in it as well. And that'll give you another month to learn those 15 tools and so on through the 4 collections. So you pay for it in advance, but you'll get 1 collection per month for 4 months. If you do choose to buy them separately, it's a little more expensive than buying them as 1 unit. But again, you'll have access to all of the videos to learn what items are in the collection that you select. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So
yes, it does. Thank you.
So we have another question. I think it was for Melody, and I think I was asking if you can describe the wet measure system. We're going to play a video next, right? So, but
Okay.
It's a very cool system, and we did not invent the system or create it, but I think we perfected it. So you'll watch a video on it, but you'll receive all of these items with that. But it's one of the systems I'm most proud of.
May I ask an additional question, please?
Sure.
So, I work, I'm the program administrator of an independent living program, excuse my voice, I have a cold, in Delaware. And I am interested in purchasing this system for our vision rehab therapists to, of course, demonstrate and show to their clients. If the clients identify certain pieces of the system that they are interested in purchasing, is it possible for certain items to be purchased, or must an entire system be purchased?
So I just want to make a clarification between system and collection. So when I talk about the wet measuring spoon system, that just relates to these items. It's four special measuring spoons, a spouted pitcher, and a funnel. Now the
Okay.
collections are the things that come with 15 items. So in collection 1, it has to do with measuring and portioning. So this would be one item of the 15 in the first collection. Yes, you could buy this separately by itself.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we have another question for Judy, and it says, can you get all the collections at once if you like? Do you hear the question?
I missed part of that.
Oh, can you
Please say
get
that
all,
again? No,
can you get all the collections at once if you like?
you certainly could. We're trying to help keep it manageable for you, but if you would prefer us ship them all to you, you certainly could have them all at once. We're currently finishing the videos for the final collection. So it may be a little while before the last collection ones are up, a month or so, but yes, you could certainly purchase them if you want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Pat, he has a hand raised. Can you unmute yourself? Okay. So we don't have any other questions right now, but do you want to play the wet measuring spoon system, Deborah, or you want to wait a little bit longer?
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we go ahead, and so we don't run out of time, let's move to the wet measuring system so you can kind of see what one of the items in one of the collection looks like and what the videos look like. And we'll have times for questions and answers after that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna we have Janine, you just have the hands raised and see if she wants to. Janine, can you unmute yourself?
Hi.
Hi.
How much are your collections?
So if you buy all 4 collections at one time, it's $749. If you buy them separately, then they range in price from $150 for a collection to $300 for another one. It depends on how many items are in the collection and, of course, what the costs were to put them all together.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And Deborah, if you want to mention, if you buy it today, we'll get 10% off. And
Oh,
you get
that's right.
also a present as well of a cut glove,
Yeah.
kind of.
Good question. So we do have a special today. It's actually a very good time since we're talking about pricing. If you buy today, to buy them all is $749. But anyone who purchases them from the Blind Expo will get an additional 10% off. So it's a really good deal. Also, with every purchase made today, whether it's a collection or a single item from the store, you're going to get a free cut glove. And this is a very thin, cut resistant glove that's virtually impossible to cut through. And we have a video on that in, I think it's the 3rd section, but basically you can see how flexible it is. It's not bulky at all. And you can actually run your knife over it and you can't cut your skin. It's simply amazing.
And it was amazing to me that like the country music stars and people that had come into town to do recordings and,
Okay, so we have, so we're gonna play now the.
I missed something there.
Somebody was talking at a different, I didn't unmute fast enough.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna share the wet measure spoons video now.
Okay.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where you can fall in love with cooking again. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the wet measure spoons.
Deborah is wearing copper measuring cup earrings. She's wearing a yellow chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
You received a total of 6 items in your wet measure set. That includes 4 different sizes of measuring spoons, a small plastic pitcher, and also a miniature plastic funnel. Let's talk about the spoons first. You'll notice 2 things that make the Blind Kitchen measuring spoons different from traditional measuring spoons. First of all, the handle goes upwards towards the ceiling. Actually resembles a small ladle. The second difference is that if you run your finger down the handle to where the handle meets the bowl of the measuring spoon, you can count tactile dots. The one I'm holding in my hand has 4 tactile dots, so I know this is my 1/4 or 1/4 measuring spoon. The next spoon in the set has 2 dots on it, so I know this is my 1/2 teaspoon measuring spoon. The next largest size has 1 dot on it, so I know this is the teaspoon, and I won't mix that up with the tablespoon, which is the next largest, and it has no dots at all. The measuring pitcher is plastic. It's about 2 inches tall, and the miniature funnel is also plastic, and it's only about 1 inch tall. Those are the items that came with your auto measure set, but also on the work tray in front of me, there's a small bowl, which could be any bowl in your house that you want to measure a predetermined amount of liquid into. And I also have a bottle of vanilla. Now I'm going to demonstrate how to use the wet measure system. Suppose I want a 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla. The first thing I'm going to do is locate my 1/4 teaspoon. And since this one has 4 dots, I know it is the correct one. And the next thing I'm going to locate is the small spouted pitcher that came with your kit. I'm going to set the measuring spoon right inside that pitcher, and it is going to be standing upright in that little spouted pitcher, which is going to free up my hand to do the rest of the work. I'm going to open the bottle of vanilla, and I'm going to pour the vanilla into the little spouted pitcher. Now, some people like to pour a drop or 2 and then check with their other finger. Is it full? Nope, it's not full. Let me pour a couple another drops. Nope, it's not full. But that takes time, and also it's an imperfect system because it's hard to know with your finger if the top of a liquid is level. So what I'm actually going to do here is put my index finger inside the little measuring pitcher, and I'm going to pour the vanilla. I'm touching the bowl, top of the spoon, the top of the bowl of the spoon, and I want to make sure that this spoon is completely submerged under the vanilla. Okay, so now I can tell that it is. I'll wipe off my finger and put the lid back on the vanilla. It's always a good plan to put lids back on liquids when you can't see them. And I am going to now find the target bowl that I want to put the vanilla in. So let's say this is a bowl that I'm making frosting, or it might be a cake batter or a cookie batter. It doesn't matter. What is important here is that you get your teaspoon and spouted pitcher as close to your target bowl as possible. Now, because this spoon is submerged, I know that if I lift it up level and I don't turn my hands, that it is level across the top. I'm going to just gently move the spoon over to my target bowl and empty it. Now, don't you worry about that leftover vanilla that's inside the spouted pitcher. I'm going to take care of that. So I'm going to open up the vanilla again, and I'm going to locate the mini funnel that came with your collection. I'm going to put the mini funnel into the mouth of that vanilla bottle, And then I'm going to take the little spouted pitcher, locate where that spout is, and then use that to guide that leftover vanilla back into its bottle. Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community. I hope that you find the wet measure spoon system helpful, and I also hope that you'll measure out not only vanilla, but happiness into your cooking.
The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop. So I stop the stop share. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, turn the volume.
Hi guys, so I came in a bit late.
Go ahead.
Hello. Did you have a question?
If you got a question, can you raise your hand so I know who you are?
Okay, and remember that the wet measuring system, this is the teaspoons. We also have it, it works the same way with measuring cups. And then we have the dry spoons and the dry cups, of which the handles are not upturned into labels. They are tactily marked to be very easy to know which is which, but they don't have the upturned handles. They look much more like traditional ones aside from the tactile markings. And also remember that if you go to the website today and make your purchases, you'll get an additional 10% off any collection or the group of collections. And also with every single order that's placed in the cut glove, free of charge, we'll throw it in, whether your order is $4.99 or $499, you're going to get a free cut glove.
So we have a question from Misty. Go ahead, Misty.
Hi, you guys, can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can.
Okay, awesome. So I came in a bit late. And so I was just wondering about just general contact information, ways to learn more, website address, and things like that.
Excellent question. Thank you.
I'll put it in the chat so you'll have that link there, but you can go ahead, Deborah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's called theblindkitchen.com. Don't get confused with Blind Kitchen because that's a TV show in Boston where they blindfold people.
Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. So it's called The Blind Kitchen. And we also have a presence on Instagram and Facebook. And if you want to send, it's a very, one of my priorities was to make sure the website would be very easy to navigate with screen readers and magnifiers. And my web designer has done a beautiful job. So there's a real easy way to navigate that.
So, okay, theblindkitchen.com, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks.
And I
so
just put
much.
You're welcome.
the link on the chat as well. And
Okay,
we have,
go ahead.
oh, so we have a question. Let me see. So she's asking, does the funnel click into the vanilla bottle or is it wedged fed for when you put in the vanilla into the bottle?
Excellent question. So if you can't see it, this funnel is it's got about a 3-inch target. I love funnels. They are included as part of one of the first collection. And I love them because they give you bigger targets. That vanilla bottle opening is so small, but I chose these because they have especially long necks. And this one is especially small. So I probably bought 30 funnels trying to find the right one that would be fit into the bottle, but be wide enough for the use. And this is the perfect funnel for that. Good question. It took me a while to solve that problem.
Do we have any other questions? You can raise your hands.
Another thing I want to remind you while we're contemplating things is that this session is being recorded. So if you did come in late and you want to go back and see what you missed, you can access a copy of it from us, or the Blind Expo also is going to be given a copy. So if you're asking for multiple different vendors, then you might want to ask them for a copy, but you can catch up on all the exciting episodes you missed before you came in.
So we're
Do we want to go ahead and play the vinyl video?
let's wait until so we had it until 8 this session, so just wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
So let me see. We have Pat, but she's having issues on muting. I think so I just asked her if you want to type. Oh, one of the questions is, does Braille instructions come with your products? From Pat, yeah.
Braille instructions do not. Well, every collection comes with a large print and grade 2 Braille packing slip, and every item comes in its own resealable package that has the name of the item both in large print and Braille. So rather than, we may consider providing Braille materials, but what we've done is, if you go to the website, every video is carefully audio and teaching. I have a professional audio describer in the background, letting people know what's going on. I, as a blind person, do not appreciate silent movies, and nothing that you'll find in the Blind Kitchen is a silent movie. It's all very adaptive and understandable and well described.
Is there any other question, comments, suggestions? Deborah, so why don't you give a little bit of a background how the Blind Kitchen started? Just go with it on. And if anyone have any question anytime, just like Missy, you still have your hand raised. Do you have another question? You go ahead, Deborah.
Okay. Well, I have retinitis pigmentosa, and there were signs when I was 17, and then I was officially diagnosed when I was 28, and then I had to quit driving and all that stuff. So I pretended not to be blind for a long, long time until I couldn't pretend anymore. It was just too noticeable. So I went to the Oregon Commission for the Blind to take training classes, including orientation and mobility. I learned Braille. I learned how to use my phone, in my adaptive devices, and my computer. And I knew I wanted to teach adults, but I didn't know what I wanted to teach. I knew I didn't want to go back to doing what I used to do. That was for sure. So I was taking a class completely under blindfold called Meal Prep under a woman who is now my dear friend and colleague. But while I was taking that cooking class, the light bulb went on in my head. I could teach this, but I didn't know how to really teach cooking other than I might teach a daughter if I had one, or a son, not a real formal way. And I'm a very skills-based person. So I elected to go to culinary school. And I was the only blind student in my class, and I'm no spring chicken, and they were like 40 years younger than me, all the students and stuff. But it was one of the most incredible experiences in my life. But along the way, I had to solve a lot of problems because I was held to the same standards. And so I never finished a practical on time. The one thing I cannot quite get is speed. I'm not as fast as I used to be, but you know what? I'm a better cook than I used to be, and my food is worth waiting for. So I'm getting better, but it's a skills-based thing, and it just takes time. But so when I graduated from culinary school, they created an opening for me at the Oregon Commission for the Blind, and in March of 2020, the whole world shut down. You know, I couldn't teach cooking remotely to people who I didn't know what their safety, judgment, competence, or skill level was. So I was off work for about 1.5 years. And it was during that time I was like, how can I get back to teaching? You know, I can't control COVID, but what can I do? And that's where the inspiration from the Blind Kitchen came from. Kind of it surprised me too.
Does anyone have any other questions? Or Deborah, let me see what else we have.
I'd love to know who's here and where they're from and what their interest is in attending this session today.
Hi, this is Melody May from the state of Delaware again. As I mentioned before, I manage for a vision rehab therapist who provides services in-home and in our skills center. And I think these products would be a perfect addition to the complement of equipment that we have. Also, you know, to be able to expand upon our offerings. And I also have a community partner who is in attendance, and we've been texting back and forth about the items that we've seen, and we really think that your products are great, and they will be a great addition to what we.
Well, thank you, Melody. And one thing that I was really trying to be careful of is I didn't want to send people stuff that they had already in their homes. Like, I don't know if you use box graders with your people. We use them with my students all the time, but I think most houses have a large box grader. But included in one of the kits is a miniature box grater. It's adorable. It's probably about 2 inches tall, but it helps to keep the food in a smaller space, and it gives you less real estate that you have to look to find the food particles, you know, if they're wet, they get left on the inside. So hopefully none, or at least not many of the items in the collections would be duplicates of what you have. And that being said, most people that know how to cook do have measuring cups and spoons. And so these are similar to measuring cups you might have seen, but these are more adaptive because of the tactile markings and the bent up handles. So we've tried to make sure that the equipment is something new and something more adaptive than what you traditionally would find in a competent cook's kitchen.
I love the bent handles, and when I saw that demonstration, I'd often wonder, you know, how that task was accomplished. And my question that I was going to ask was regarding cup measurements, but I also see that a similar system or a similar design is available for cup measurements as well as, you know, the spoon measurements. So I just really love it. It's
well,
great.
I'm glad you like it. Thank you. We're quite proud of what we've put together here, and I appreciate your enthusiasm and support.
We have a question or comment from Karen Latimer from Delaware Technology Act Program. So she's looking for items to add to our lending library. That's her comment. You know,
a lending library.
She's looking for items to add to their lending library. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the concept of a lending library as far as like kitchen equipment goes. Could you elaborate a little more? I'm curious.
Yeah, I certainly can. So each state that is part of the Technology Act from 1990 is given a opportunity to lend equipment, all types of assistive and adaptive technology, to consumers directly out of our sites. Each state does it a little differently. Here in Delaware, we have 2 facilities where people can come in and borrow equipment from us, take it home, try it a couple of weeks, and bring it back. And then we try to help them find the resources to obtain that technology. And we do have a number of items that are designed, for example, for one-handed cooking, or, you know, to address other types of activities in the kitchen, large print things, those type of items. But we have very, very little, and there's very little that I've been able to find on the market that's really marketed and expressly for blind and low vision users. So this would be a neat addition, I think, to our lendable equipment.
Hey, I would definitely be interested in participating in that program and getting the equipment into people's hands. And I'm also a big believer in being able to try it first. It's not going to work for everyone. I will
put in the chat the resource for the State Technology Act programs, and there are certainly well, there's 50 plus of us that may be really interested in that kind of a partnership. We also try to, you know, we have a lot of realm to cover. We don't just serve people with vision disabilities, but we serve consumers across the entire spectrum of disability, both acquired and birth. So all ages and all ranges. So our dollars are pretty limited, obviously. So we are really careful about what we put in our lending center. And there are some manufacturers who help us out with some of that, with discounts and those types of things. But I'll throw that into the ATs, into the chat.
Okay,
so you guys
that's wonderful. We'd love to help support such a program. I wonder if Oregon has one. I'm not sure.
Yes, they do. They have a beautiful lending library and a wonderful tech project up there in Oregon. Very active.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Yes, you are.
I've been in the kitchen too long.
We have another, let's see, Judy West, rehab instructor for the state of Illinois. I am totally blind myself, age 60, from RP. I'm super interested. So Judy.
Judy, we have a lot in common. We're about the same age. I'm from Gary, Indiana originally, so I'm very familiar with the Midwest. And I don't know if you were here, but I also have RP. And I do have a little bit of usable vision, but it's not very much at all. I would love for you to go on the website, theblindkitchen.com. You have access to the videos. And there's one other thing I want to tell people is the Blind Kitchen is not only about the adaptive culinary tools, it's actually a collection of information. On the website, we have a library, and in the library, it has articles and videos and links on information related to 11 categories of cooking, including, because we all know cooking doesn't start and end of the kitchen. You got to get your groceries. You got to be able to clean stuff up. You've got to be able to store things. So the categories are such things as cleaning, organizing and labeling your kitchen and pantry, accessing and how do you access and read recipes when you can't see anymore? How can you identify things that are in closed containers independently, where you don't have to get, you know, a human's eyes to help you with it? There are apps and techniques that you can use to not only, once you've identified it, but then to label it. I think there's about 4 different systems of labeling, some of which cost absolutely nothing. So I would encourage you to go to theblindkitchen.com. The store is there. That's our bread and butter, but also visit the library, because that's going to have a lot of videos with information related to other aspects of cooking, including the challenges of dining out. There are techniques that you can use. The challenge, if you used to entertain in your home when you were able to see, and now you can't, there's no reason you can't entertain in your home. You're going to have to allow more time. You're going to have to be a little more thoughtful in the planning, but you absolutely can do it.
We have another comment from Marisol from San Francisco. I was looking for different devices to serve my consumers in our device lending library. I'm the assistive technology coordinator at the CARL, and she put her connection. So just reading the comment. And you are on mute, Marisol, if you have any other questions or comments.
No, I was just looking because we're trying to get devices for consumers of varying types of needs that they have. And so I was just interested to see if there's anything new and different out there that I can offer to my consumers, because we have a device lending library as well.
Okay. You sound similar to I can't remember her name, but the other woman that spoke. We have 62 adaptive items. And then when you go to the library, there are other things. And I'll tell you about one of them. One of them is a dustpan. And the dustpan actually has a handle that's a loop. So you stick your foot through it. And then when you're sweeping, you sweep towards your instep. So that avoids, if you have a bad back or something, from bending over, but it also, your dustpan moves with you. You always know where it's at. You don't have to do that awkward bending over, touching stuff. You just sweep towards your instep. So there are a lot of things that I have found during that year and a half I was off during COVID. I was reading everything I could read, watching every video, listening to every podcast I could find. And that's how all these collections came together. So there's some real creative stuff out there. Not necessarily that I invented or came up with. I've just brought it all together in an organized manner so that people can find it and don't have to do all the legwork that I had to do to be able to identify everything. There's just wasn't one place to find all this information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have another question from Kyla Bud. I was late arriving, but I'm curious if there is a charge for your library video. Is there a monthly fee to partake in those classes?
It's absolutely free. I felt it was my moral duty that when I gathered this information, to make the information accessible to other people. And we sell the collections, we sell the items. That is how we make our money. But that other information that is not related to an adaptive culinary tool, I really want that to get out there. And so that's the other thing I want to say is we've only been open for 6 weeks and we want to create a community. And I would love to hear people's challenges. I would love to hear their ideas, because there's more than one way to measure wet liquids. This is the system that I felt was the most effective for me, but there may be another idea out there I have not come across yet. And I would love to share any information with other people that can help make their lives easier, especially in the kitchen, that you can be more confident and more safe. And specifically, here's my flag, is more independent. I like being an independent cook, and I am setting up my kitchen in every way possible that I can proceed independently. And I want that for other people too.
Thank you. I'm actually listening from Newfoundland, Canada, and I'm a low vision therapist here, so I'll definitely be sharing your website and things with my patients. Sure.
Well, thank you. Yeah, go to theblindkitchen.com. It's completely accessible too. And every part of that website is free to anyone, including all of the videos that are affiliated with the items.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we're closer to the end. You want to play the little local news video, Deborah?
Yeah. So I just want to remind you again, the sale ends tonight, 10% off all of the collections, whether they're bought in a group or individually. And every sale that happens in the Blind Kitchen before midnight tonight, Pacific time, you will get a free cut glove with your order. So we're going to close this video. First of all, you had a lot of choices to go to this morning, and we just want to thank you for coming to the Blind Kitchen presentation. We really appreciate your time. So
we're not going to close.
Last week, go ahead.
So we're not going to close the video. We're just going to start the new
we'll
segment.
just play the video and keep it open.
So we're going to play a video. We were featuring the news, but the Zoom session will keep open. We'll just continue with it, and then we're going to just talk about the new presentation. So it's going to be another product at 8.
Okay. So if you didn't catch the whole presentation and you want to come back, there's we highlighted the wet measure teaspoon system, but there'll be a different tool highlighted for the next session, and a different one for each hour, just for the record.
Okay, I'm gonna share the screen.
Okay.
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen,
it takes a lot of concentration,
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a 1/4 cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a 1/3. And I'm going to make sure that I absolutely submerge this 1/2 cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You've just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Whoever baked that pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, I just want to do one caveat. That was a news segment, so we didn't have control over the audio description. So I apologize. Everything in the Blind Kitchen is going to have audio description, every video we make, but we don't have control over them. But they did a nice job capturing the spirit. It was a wonderful experience having that interview.
Hi, I can't find to raise my hand. My name is Deanna and I'm from Gary, Indiana. And if you remember, Deborah's from Gary, and she is my sister. And growing up with the independent girl she was, to find herself in this situation, to become an independent cook in a kitchen without vision and trying to teach others is really inspirational. And I really hope you do go to her website and see just what mountain she has overcome. Thank you.
Oh, Deanna, thank you. I love you. I didn't plant her there, people. She did that on her own. I love you, Deanna. Thank you.
Okay, we got a few more minutes before we start the next presentation. If anyone has any question, comments, suggestions.
Rachel,
Go ahead.
I'd like to know if our speaker here does different presentations and would be interested in doing some presentations to some of the agencies that are out there that provide training to people who are blind.
I have done presentations mostly via Zoom. That seems to be the way of the world these days. But yeah, go ahead and leave your contact information and a short note of what you're interested in, and we can talk later about what specifically more what you had in mind.
Okay, great. And then I'm curious a little bit more about when you actually, when you did in the interview, you said you were blind, and I love that. So I just wanted to know if you could talk maybe just for another little bit to elaborate a little more on that.
You know, that's a really good question. And the blind world, just like the deaf world, split on things, the blind world can be split on things too. And it's a personal, it's your personal choice to assign your own adjectives. That's the way I am. And for me, I spent so many years pretending that I could see, you know, just hiding it, not wanting to carry a cane, not wanting to be identified as blind. I would fall down, I would hurt myself, insane. So once I went to the Commission for the Blind, I took a class called Living with Blindness. And there was a whole talk that went on. And at the end of it, I really searched my soul, because I thought all blind people had to be blind, black blind. But that's just not true. There are 1,000 degrees of grayness between being and there are very few people actually that really are completely black blind. Most have at least some light perception. So that's an adjective I choose. I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to brag about it. I have severe vision issues, and being in the kitchen and calling myself blind, I'm not ashamed of it. I am legally blind. I could put that in front of it. You know, everybody has their own choices to make, and I feel like this fits me, and but I don't hesitate to say yes, but I do have some vision. There's another show called The Blind Life. His name is Sam, and he was wearing a t-shirt that he said I can see, but I can't see. It's complicated. And I think most of us who are visually impaired or blind could absolutely wear that t-shirt proudly.
Okay, so we are at the next hour. So I think we're gonna start again with just introducing the Blind Kitchen again, and we'll do a welcome video again. So whenever you're ready, Deborah.
Okay, what time is it, Edgar?
10, 10, sorry.
Okay,
Well,
is it top of the hour?
It's
okay.
the top of the hour. Yeah, it's 8 here in the West Coast, but I think it's 11 on the, yep. I think it's 11 on the East Coast.
Oh, this is going to be a very cool presentation.
So we're doing the welcome.
This is one of my favorite items.
So we're doing the welcome video.
Okay. Hello and welcome to the Blind Kitchen. I'm the executive chef and founder, Deborah Erickson, and everyone has a seat at in the Blind Kitchen. I want to thank you for coming to our presentation. We're excited to have you here. There's a little bit of housework that I need to do. First of all, I want you to meet Edgar. You heard him earlier. It's Edgar Garcia Chavez, and he's my business associate, and he is going to be running the Zoom meeting. He is a really good guy for a couple of reasons. Number one, he is going to make sure that this session is recorded. So if you want a copy of this session when this is over, it'll be available to you. Also, he's making sure that the transcription or auto captioning is on so that people who are deafblind can also access the information using their braille displays or their e-readers. Now, he's also got to be a bad guy in here for two reasons. Number one, he's going to mute everyone as they come in the room, so don't take it personally. There will be a time for question and answers, but we really strategized as to how not to have the chaos that you have in other meetings where people are over talking each other. So he's going to choose who speaks and when. So definitely raise your hand and he will call on you when the question and answers come. And the second thing is there's a chat box there, and that is really your friend. If you raise your hand, we won't know who you are or what you want. There won't be any record of what you were raising your hand about. But if you feel more comfortable, type your contact information and your question or comment into the chat box, and that will be preserved. So if we don't have a chance to get to it in this particular presentation, I am going to respond to any of the information that shows up in that chat box so that we can make. Edgar is a bad guy, he is our time guy. So if we start to run out of time, he's going to keep us on time. And here's what the schedule looks like. We're going to show a video. It's an intro video to let you know what the Blind Kitchen is about and what we do, just give you an idea of it. Then there will be a time for question and answers. Then we're going to show a second short video, and that's going to be with about a specific one of the items that is sold in the Blind Kitchen, an adaptive culinary item. In this one, it's going to be the auto pour sprout, and it's one of my favorites. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with you. Then there will be time for more questions and answers. And then to end it, we had a local news station do a piece on the Blind Kitchen. So it's about a 2-minute video. And I thought they did a good job capturing our spirit. So that is the way the day will proceed. So there'll be times for questions after the short video. So sit back, have your popcorn and enjoy it.
Okay,
Edgar?
I'm gonna share the screen right
Edgar?
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades and hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you, you're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears, fade to black.
So we have a comment from Chris. Hi, I'm a volunteer with the NC Reading Service and have a monthly program on assistive technology. And I would love to do a more in-depth interview with you about the Blind Kitchen. Is it possible to set up something up? My email, and then he set up his email.
Okay. Oh no, that would be great. I love talking about the Blind Kitchen, so that would be just fine. Just make sure that I do have your contact info. Like I said, anything that is put in the chat box will be preserved, and I'll get in contact with you sometime after, probably sometime next week, because we're on Friday already. Goodness.
Does anyone else have a question? Please raise your hand. Do you have any more comments, Chris?
Hey, am I unmuted?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yay, it's nice that somebody can hear me for a change. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. I will definitely, keep an eye out for the email and everything because I love this because I am legally blind and we have had a devil of a time over the years finding out, or finding things like measuring cups and things like that I could actually see. So I from a personal level, I definitely want to find out more about this and can't wait to talk with you more.
Oh, I'd love to. So not everybody needs all tools, but everybody needs at least some tools. And I'd love to find out what your particular challenges are and maybe let you know if we found a solution. And the other thing is I really like Some of the Blind. I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook. They give it just that's why the Blind Kitchen keeps growing. Yeah,
it's interesting. It's a fun time when I try to cook. I do very few things, but I do them well. So
oh nice.
But again, thank you very much, and I look forward to talking with you later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. So we have a question from Shawnese Lowry. And you're on mute, and she's asking, how can someone sign up for the Blind Kitchen?
Okay, all you need to do is go to www.theblindkitchen.com, and it's a completely accessible website. And you're actually, everything is free and open to everyone. If you want to look at the products, what you want to do is go to the store. And for each of the products or collections that we're selling, there's an associated video with it, a short one. And we're going to actually show you one of the adaptive items soon, that you can check that out too, to see if it's something you might be interested in. And then it's like any other store, you just drop it in the shopping cart. But I also want to say, if you go to theblindkitchen.com, it's not only about the adaptive culinary tools. That is definitely how we pay our bills, but there is information in the library on 11 categories related to cooking, because we all know that cooking does not start and end in the kitchen. You've got to get a recipe, you've got to get your groceries, you have to have a clean, safe work area, you have to know what's in those closed packages. And so the library has categories on cleaning, labeling, identifying, organizing your kitchen and pantry, social dining. If you've ever tried to eat with your eyes closed, there is a skill set connected with that. There are things on, if you used to entertain in your home before you had vision loss, but now you're not sure how, you still can. There are just, you just got to put a little more time into it, a little more thought, a little more planning, but you absolutely still can do that. It has things on accessing and reading recipes, on dining out, because dining out can be a real challenge. First of all, the lights are generally muted. So if you don't have night vision, the fonts are never large enough or contrasted enough. So there, and the way chairs and tables are organized are different, and it can be very awkward. So yeah, so if you go into the Blind Kitchen library, you will find information on the adaptive tools, but you'll also find it on a lot of other things that aren't related to any particular item.
So we have another question from Sandy. So do you do in-person training in Portland, Oregon? Do you hear the question?
I do teaching kitchen, and yeah, do I teach in person?
Yeah, do you do in-person training in Portland, Oregon?
We do it for Oregon residents that qualify for vocational rehabilitation services. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I don't know. So we'll
yes,
move to,
it does. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a next question. Carolyn, does your website provide an overview of your collections? Also, does your site have a recommendation for organizing, cleaning, etc.? I think you mentioned that, but we can measure again.
Yeah.
Carolyn?
Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah. So the website does have videos that describe each collection. There's one called like the Kitchen Basics collection. You'd want to watch that one, and then it shows what each item is. And also each video in the library is audio described. So there won't ever be downtime. If there's something on the screen, there'll be someone describing it to you. If not me, I've got a professional that fills in any silence. In terms of organizing, there are as many strategies out there as can be, and I have tried to collect them, write articles on them, done videos on them, and I am constantly adding to the Blind Kitchen library. So organizing is just one, but it's a very important one. And it includes things like organizing your shelves in your pantry, organizing your dishes so that you're not reaching over things and knocking things over, because you know you're going to want that thing in the back. So for that one of the techniques is to get a lazy Susan. That way the things in the back with the turn of your fingers, now they're in the front. No more knocking things over, pulling it in and out. So some of the strategies and tips are just that easy. There are also information on organizing your refrigerator. That can get out of control pretty quickly, but there are different labeling systems, organizing systems, just different ways of thinking that can help make that easier for you, that don't cost any money. You just have to put the planning into it and then execute the plan. Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. It's really helpful.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next question for Patrice: do you offer virtual? Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. Do you offer virtual classes for clients in Canada?
At this point in time, the target audience is returning cooks, teaching people that have never held a knife, that have never been near a hot stove. Doing that remotely has challenges that I haven't been able to overcome yet, to make sure that I can, when I teach a person in person that's never had a knife or a stove, I'm right there hand on hand with them, and I can tell, if they're safe or not. I'm right there next to them, talking with them. Virtual lessons are much more complicated, and that's actually the next level of the Blind Kitchen. Once I get the returning cooks, I'm assuming if you're purchasing the kits that you already have at least some competency level in cooking, and you just need to get back into the kitchen after vision loss. That's kind of who our audience seems to be. But so unfortunately, the answer is no, not yet, not to teach virtual lessons. But if you have people that already know how to cook, I could absolutely do a virtual class on how to use the equipment versus how do you center a pot on top of a glass top stove. That I wouldn't do that virtually. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have let's see, from Wendy. Good morning. I missed the beginning of your presentation. Is there a way to me to access the video presentation? So we're gonna, if you can stick a little bit longer, we're gonna have the video presentation again at 9 a.m. So it'll be like 9 a.m. Western time, or you can go to our website. I'll send you the link to Wendy so you can access the video. And you're on mute as well, Wendy, if you have any other questions.
No, thank you. This is the first time I've heard of the Blind Kitchen, and I'm very curious. I'm an occupational therapist working with low vision elders out in New England, and I am looking forward to accessing your website, and just I want to see you use one of your tools.
Coming up.
I don't know if I missed that.
You have not. It's coming up.
So, all right, great. So I appreciate you having this website and all the work that you put into it. I'm sure it will be helpful for me in the working with some of my clients. So
thank you, Wendy. I appreciate it. And we've only been open 6 weeks, so
oh my goodness,
right
only 6 weeks. Oh
yeah.
my Lord. Okay. And I'm sure you've thought, I don't know what kind of vision loss you have, but looking at folks with glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy and macular degeneration, and a lot of that all those types of diagnoses have varying levels of blindness, and some completely blind at some point. So I appreciate having this to be able to access.
Oh, Wendy, I appreciate that. And I have retinitis pigmentosa, so mine's been progressive over a lifetime. But the diseases you mentioned often deteriorate with age. And so that's a lot of the people that I think we're going to be able to help, is because they knew how to cook. And now all of a sudden, and they were competent and loved it. It was part of their identity. And all of a sudden, it's very scary to close your eyes and handle a knife or or mess
Yes.
with a hot stove. So
Right,
that's
right.
that's the target right now of the Blind
Mhm.
Kitchen, not to teach people to cook, but to
Mhm.
give them the tools and strategies and knowledge to be able to come back and cook again.
Right, right. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you.
And we're gonna do a presentation like 10 minutes for the web auto measure spout. So you want to stick around, Wendy?
Yeah, you got to see the auto measure spout. It's my favorite.
And we have another question from Mike Barnett. Good morning, Deborah. Have slowly been losing my center vision to the point of now. I can see the dial on stoves to know which burner I am turning on and how high it is set at. Any suggestions to help with this?
There are several suggestions. One, there's these things called bump dots or locator dots, and you can get them lots of places, including the Blind Kitchen. And what they are, I use them all the time. They are adhesive dots that can mark your dial or mark the stove. So they peel off and then they stick, and they can tell you if you're on low, medium, high, for example, or if you want to put one at 350 degrees and one at 300 degrees and one at 400. You don't want too many, but they're just little bump dots that will give you the information you need to know where you're at. There's another product also available in more than one place, but including the Blind Kitchen, and it's called Tactile Paint. And what it is, it's a thick paint. And if you have some vision, it comes in different colors. You could get it to contrast. Like if you have a white stove, you could get a black paint. And you put it on there. Let's say you want to put one notch by low, and then you want to put 2 notches by medium and 3 lines, 3 slashes. You could put it on, or you could have someone with vision help you put it on, and then you allow it to dry. And then from then on, every time you go to touch your stove, you'll know where the 1 dot is, where the 1 slice is, where the 2 is, and where the 3 is. And then you can just turn your dial to the one you want to go to. So that's called Tactile Paint. And if you go to the blindkitchen.com, there are videos that describe how to use both the tactile dots. They are wonderful things for like flat panel screens, like microwaves, where you touch it, it's like touching your computer screen. There's no information at all. But if you put a dot or 2 in a strategic place that has meaning for you, then you'll be able to operate it independently yourself from now on. You just probably need some human eyes to help get you set up, and then you're independent from then on. Does that help?
Thanks, Deborah.
You're welcome.
Well, the one I have is the stove that my wife uses is like a dual burner on one burner. So it has like 2 different settings. It's got a dual setting and a single setting.
Is it where you turn, like the smaller portion will heat up and then the bigger one, depending on which way? Oh, I hate those. That's what I teach on.
Yeah, so that's the problem I've been having, is knowing which, because if I have a smaller pan, because I used the front right corner of the stove, but it's a bigger one.
It's huge.
Correct. And so I always mix up the 2 of which one's the inner and which one's the outer, or dual or single. So
Mike, let's please put your contact information in. Where are you located?
Boise, Idaho.
Oh, you're close. I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
So we're pretty close. So let's connect offline, because I could run you through that. I teach that at the Oregon Commission for the Blind.
Okay,
and it
perfect.
took me a long time. It's so counterintuitive, but I can help you with that.
Okay, that'd be perfect. I'll do that.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we have a question for Christy.
Yes, my name is Christy, and I have a Pampered Chef multi-cooker, which is an instant pot / crock pot type thing. And will that paint, the thing with the bump dots is I've used them, but they come off with the heat.
Good point.
And so will the paint come off? Because I need to mark it so I know, where the seal part is.
I don't know if it could take So what I use them are for touch screens and dials, which your fingers are meant to have even when the heat is on. So to have something that is meant to be heated and have it on there, you know, where your fingers are not supposed to touch it when it's hot.
Right.
I don't know of an answer to that. You know what, Christy, put that question into the chat box.
Okay.
And I will talk to our wood shop guy. He may be, we have a blind guy that teaches a wood shop, and he may be aware of some heat tolerant product that could help mark like a, are you talking like a
like where the
pot?
yeah, where the steam comes up from the instant pot from the pressure cooker lid.
Okay.
And the little, I don't know what you call it, little
is it like
area.
a valve? Like a valve?
Yeah, kind of. You have to seal it. And so we had a bump dot on there, but it came off because of the steam.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, they're strong little buggers, but they do fall off over time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me put your information in, and I will talk with Braden and see if he has any ideas for something that could mark a very hot surface.
Yeah, because I just need just a little dot. That's all I need. Just so
Yeah.
I know I'm facing it the correct direction. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a comment from Kay Blake. He said, I would also like to have a private chat with Deborah for my low vision support group I run, and possibly for an informational interview with a couple of consumers we have who wants to attend culinary school. And he puts his contact information. So, Kay Blake, if you have any more questions.
Well, Blake, I love talking about culinary school. Sometimes I laugh, sometimes I cry. It was a real, it's one of the proudest things I've ever done, but it was very difficult, and I would be happy to give candid yet supportive information as to what that experience is as the only blind person with a lot of other sighted people. You definitely put your information in there, and we can have a conversation and see if what I have to say is what you need for your group.
That would be fabulous. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I think we can share the auto measure spout video, Deborah.
Okay, let's go for it.
Okay, let me just get the.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where we make cooking easier for people with vision loss. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the auto measure spout.
Deborah is wearing wine bottle earrings. She is wearing a black chef's coat and a green apron with the Blind Kitchen logo on it.
The purpose of the auto measure spout is to dispense exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid into the receptacle of your choice, such as a bowl or a pan. In front of me, I have a white work tray and a clear glass bowl into which I'm making a recipe that requires 1 tablespoon of olive oil. Also in front of me, to the right of the tray, are 2 identical half wine bottles, both of which have the auto pour spouts on them. One contains olive oil and one contains vegetable oil. Despite the fact that these are the same shape and size, I can tell which one is the olive oil because I've slipped a rubber band around the neck of the bottle. The way I remember is I think, rich people wear rings. The rubber band is kind of like a ring, so it's more expensive. You're going to have to figure out your own system. The reason the auto measure spout is so adaptive is because it allows one hand to do the work for you and the other hand to see for you. So in order to dispense 1 exact tablespoon of liquid into this bowl, I can use one hand to lift the bottle and turn it over and pour it, and the other hand can locate the dish or pan that I want the oil to go into. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this little tool works its magic, but I'm gonna tell you what I do know about it. It's made of plastic and it has stainless steel ball bearings in it. You can hear them there. And what it does is when I pick up this olive oil bottle with the spout on it, it is going to pour 1 tablespoon of liquid into this bowl. But it's going to do it in a slow way. You're going to have to first tip it upside down, and you're going to wait a second while the cavity fills, and then it'll start to dispense. So you'll hear it delay a second. And then what I also want you to notice is that it stops automatically. I'm going to tip this upside down, I'm going to hold it upside down, and I'm not going to turn it back upwards. And you'll see it dispenses it and stops itself automatically. So here we go. I'm going to turn it upside down. And there, voila, it's magic. It stopped. I am still holding this bottle completely upside down, and the liquid is no longer dispensing. So let's say I want a second tablespoon in this bowl. I'm going to pull the bottle right side up again, and again, I'm going to tip it upside down, and I want you to listen again. You'll notice it takes a second or two for the liquid to start going into the bowl, but then I'm not going to squeeze it, I'm not going to shake it, I'm just going to leave it upside down, and it's going to magically stop after that 1 tablespoon is in there. So here we go again. I'm still holding it upside down. It stopped. Real game changer. Caring for your auto measure spout is really simple. You can wash it in the dishwasher, or if you prefer, you can wash it by hand. The only thing you really need to be mindful of is that all oils, as they age, can become rancid over time. And because there is olive oil inside the cavity of this spout, you're going to need to clean it every once in a while so it doesn't develop that off taste and smell. Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community. I know you're going to find your auto measure spout a very helpful part of your cooking activities. So until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears.
Okay.
Okay, so before we open it up to questions, I just love my auto measure spout. I want to say a little something about shopping. I think this is like $5.99. That's how much it is in the Blind Kitchen store. But today we have a special offer until midnight tonight. Every purchase that is made with every order is going to get a free cut resistant glove in the mail. This is one of the items in the collections, and you can't have too many of them, but it's a very flexible glove and it's virtually impossible to cut yourself through. So you still get flexibility, you get tactile information, but you're gonna be far less likely to injure yourself if you wear one of these. So every purchase will receive a cut glove. And as far as the collections go, there are the 4 collections with the different themes. They're going to be an additional 10% off until midnight tonight, Pacific Standard Time. So I just wanted to put that out there. Any questions or comments on the auto measure spout or any of the other tools?
Hi, Deborah, this is Carolyn. I thought it was easier just to come off mute and ask. Can the auto measure spout be set to different levels? You mentioned the 1 tablespoon in the video. Can you do different amounts?
Excellent question. So they sell these in different amounts. Because for me, I have mine right to the right of my stove, my olive oil, my vegetable oil. That was the hand. It's almost always put in 2 tablespoons of oil, you know, but you can purchase them from other vendors like on Amazon and stuff, like in 1 teaspoon and stuff like that. I think you got to get like a pack of 12 though. I think that's the minimum, but they do come in different. This is a 1/2 ounce or a tablespoon. And that just seemed to be the universal measurement that would work best for a lot of recipes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Anne-Marie with a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm hoping this microphone's working okay. Am I audible to everyone?
We can hear you.
I went to culinary school as a visually impaired person too, so offline, Deborah, we might compare some notes. I have the opposite visual condition of yours, so put us together and maybe we'll see something. I have macular degeneration. So anyway, I was wondering, my big pet peeve in the kitchen is that liquid measuring is a real chore because the clear cups with the red markings on them no longer work for me, and I have to hold it up to the light, stick my finger in it, and it still sometimes off. And you know, liquid measuring can be pretty precise sometimes for a recipe. Does your collection have anything for liquid measuring beyond a tablespoon?
Anne-Marie, we absolutely do. So that's the auto measure spout. But what we do have is something called the wet measure system. And I'll give you a quick overview of it. It comes with 4 measuring spoons. So they're made out of stainless steel. So there's a tablespoon, a teaspoon, a 1/2 teaspoon, and a 1/4 teaspoon. But what makes these unique is that the handles are upturned like a ladle. So instead of it being flat like a pan, you know, a stainless steel cup, the handles are bent up, and then there are bumps on them that have been stamped outward. So 2 bumps equals 1/2, 3 bumps equals 1/3. So that's how you know what size you have. But the beauty of this system is that solves your problem is it also comes with a small spouted pitcher. The pitcher holds probably about 3 ounces. And it's about 2 inches tall, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to need any vision to be able to use them. What you're going to do is take the teaspoon or tablespoon of your choice, and you're going to set it into that little cup. And it can do that because the handle's upturned, and the cup helps hold it upright because the tablespoon has a rounded bottom, right?
Yep.
So it holds it upright. So what I do is I take my left finger, my non-dominant hand, and I put it inside the cup and touch the very top of the tablespoon that's in the plastic pitcher. Then I pour my liquid, and I'm careful to submerge it. I want the tablespoon to overfill, because I could pour and check, but it's very imprecise and it takes a lot of time. I want to know, I'll know for sure when this cup of that stainless level across the top. Then I'm going to pick it up kind of like a soup spoon, like a ladle. And as long as I don't hear anything drop out, all I have to do is travel it a close distance to my target bowl and dump it. And now I know I have exactly 1 less cup, right? Because I submerged it and overflowed it.
Yep.
You'll also get a small funnel. And this funnel is got about a 3-inch target on top, but it fits into a vanilla bottle or an almond extract bottle just fine. It's got a long, thin neck. And so I'm going to put that back in the original bottle. Let's say I was doing vanilla. I'm going to put the funnel into the bottle, and then I'm going to use the spout of my little spouted pitcher to guide that liquid right back into its original bottle. And so now I've got my 1 level tablespoon confidently in my target bowl, and I haven't wasted any vanilla. Do I have 2 extra dishes to do? Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
Can you hear her?
Yeah.
All right, let me make sure.
That's wonderful. Is there anything larger, like if you need 3/4 of a cup of milk, for example? Do you just have to do the math with the tablespoons, 16 tablespoons being a cup, and you have to measure that way?
Oh, no, good question. So this is just standard 4-teaspoon set like anybody else would get if they ordered a set of measuring spoons.
Yes.
There's also a wet measure cup system that has both the upturned handles and the specially marked dots so you know which cup you have. So if you need 3/4 of a cup, this is a standard one. So you're going to get a 1/4 cup, and then you'll have to do that 3 times.
Okay, well, that's still easier than
Yeah.
guessing.
Yeah, oh, it's so much better, especially with baking. You've got to be
Exactly.
precise.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the best with your new endeavor. This is something that it seems will be really, really valuable in our community.
Thank you.
So
I
thank you.
appreciate it.
And we have all the measuring cups and measuring spoons on the website, so you can watch the videos.
Oh, that's a good point. That there are videos on any of this stuff that I'm describing to you right now. Go to theblindkitchen.com, into the Blind Kitchen library. You can either go to the store and find the item and the videos there, or you can go to the Blind Kitchen library and there will be a video on what I just described to you. And the videos are very carefully described, audio described. If I'm not talking and explaining what's going on, I've hired a professional who fills in what's missing. So there's no quiet, empty video that you'll find in the Blind Kitchen.
So we have a question from Wendy. Go ahead.
And I think you just answered my question, because I was going to ask if the video that you showed us is similar to the video or videos that are on your website.
That is the one you'll find on my website. And there are a total of 62 items in the collections. So we're still filming the final videos, but there are more than, I don't know, more than 40 right now that have related to each particular item.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also want to give a little shout out credit here. Edgar, who is helping us today, running the meeting, recording the meeting, all of that. He's my videographer. So he gets a huge round of applause for the excellent work he does. He does an amazing attention to detail.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, I tell him when he makes me look good on the videos, so he'll come and he'll like, oh, that spoon's out of place, and he'll put it back in place. I'll be like, Edgar, that is not a blind kitchen. That's not how it looks. We have a good time.
Does anyone else have a question, suggestion, comments?
I have one more thing, if I haven't said it yet, to go to the Blind Kitchen library to find articles and information and videos on things not related to our particular adaptive culinary item. There are tips on, it's organized into 11 categories, and there are tips and tricks and ideas for cleaning, accessing and reading recipes, labeling, organizing your kitchen and pantry, identifying things in closed boxes independently. There are apps out there, there are strategies, there's a lot of different ways to achieve these goals. There are strategies for eating well socially. If you lose your vision, that can be one of the harder things to learn, is how can I eat and have good posture and be in a restaurant with people and not touch my food? There are strategies for that. And if you used to entertain before you lost your vision, there's no reason why you can't entertain now. So definitely go to that website. They're free to everyone. And there's just a lot of information in an organized way there, which when I was doing my research, trying to put this business together, things were very valuable tidbits of information were on this podcast or in this book or on this video, but there was nothing that was organized. And so that was one of the goals of the Blind Kitchen, was to pool all these kitchen related activities together to make it easier for people with vision loss to cook and do all the activities that are associated with it.
We have Dean, is like raise his hand. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Deb. Good morning, Edgar. Hey,
Good morning.
Debbie, you mentioned something about
This
the
is
bump
my
dots.
brother, Dean, by the way. He is not a plant. He calls security someone.
Hey, you mentioned that the bump dots come off of the stove, or not the stove, off of hot surfaces, right? They don't work well on a hot
The
surface.
adhesive gives way.
Does the tactile paint work for the hot surfaces? I know that young lady was trying to find something that would work in the heat. Will that work in the heat?
I don't know that it's that heat proof. Those two products are for, so if I'm marking a dial or a flat screen on a stove, my hands are meant to touch it even when the heating element is on, or even the microwave is microwaving. But if I'm going to put them directly onto a pan, like if let's say I was going to paint, put a circle on a pan that I'm cooking on the stovetop, I was thinking more like some type of a metallic paint or something like that.
Okay, and because I hadn't touched the paint, I didn't know if maybe that was the reason you had some bump dots and some paint that way, that the one was good for the heat and one wasn't.
No, unfortunately not. It's more like a plastic, I'd say.
Well, definitely the bump dots won't fall off the spoons and the cups, I'll tell you that.
Because they're not bump dots. they're metal. They're part of the spoon.
Yes. Okay.
I've got a real good
right.
manufacturer of those, Dean. I'll hook you up with them.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to that guy. All right. Talk to you later.
Okay, love you,
Yes.
Dean. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Does anyone else have any other questions, comments?
Well, just one more thing before we fade out. Some of you may have been here earlier when my sister Deanna came on. I'm from Gary, Indiana, and I'm one of 12 children, and all of our names begin with D. So anytime a D comes up, I'm always afraid it's one of my siblings and they're going to embarrass me, but they didn't. So
Deborah,
the next video that we're going to last week, they did a segment. Yeah.
Oh, I would say we have still a little bit more time. So if you want to just talk about the library or any other products that you want to highlight.
Oh, sure. Well, we've got the auto measure cups, the auto measure spoons. Other information that you'll find in the Blind Kitchen are things like if you're on a flat glass stovetop, how can you know if your pan is centered if you can't see it? How do you know if you haven't gone off? If you're on a coil gas stove, your pan's going to tilt if it comes off the coil. And if you're on a gas stove, you're going to know because of the heat on the sides and stuff like that. They're a little easier, and they've got a more pronounced platform. There's information. So how do you keep it centered? I found out this from a manufacturer. I said, most of my students have flat glass stoves. Why is that? That's probably the worst kind of stove you could have if you're cooking with vision loss, especially if you're learning. And they said they're the least expensive. And so that's why the landlords put them in apartments and things like that. So there's information on that type of stuff too, just not related to a particular tool, just knowledge and techniques that can help you be safer in the kitchen and be successful and be independent. Do any of you have any cooking related challenges that you'd like to share that maybe we could?
I have a question. This is Sandy. The cut-proof gloves, are those like you throw them in the washing machine or just scrub them off with hot water and soap, or how do you keep those clean?
The answer is yes and yes. So here's the deal with a twofer.
And I was going to mention, we're going to have the video of the cut gloves as well later on today, right?
It's either next hour or the hour after that. But I'll give you a quick rundown on it. So they're made out of polyethylene. I have to think of poly and ethyl to remember that, but they're named polyethylene, and they're very stretchable. And I use them for more things than just cooking. Now, we do have a heat-proof glove, a heat-resistant glove that we feature in the Blind Kitchen. This is cut resistant. It is not meant to keep you from the heat. And in fact, in the video that I show, I put a cucumber into the finger, and I took a very sharp chef knife and ran across it like 10 times. I wasn't pushing it hard. I wasn't trying to crush the darn cucumber, but I wanted to make sure that the blade went across the threads of this glove more than one time. So I did about 10 times. And then I took off the glove, took the cucumber out, or it wasn't wearing the glove. I took the cucumber out, and it wasn't marked even one bit. It wasn't marked even one bit. So the other thing I use these gloves for, though, is to, like if I'm trying to temp a turkey, it's hard to know where you got to do it in the thickest part nearest the bone to make sure it reaches 165 so it can be consumed safely. And it's hard to know where that is if you're just using your bare fingers. And if you're using those big old bulky oven mitts, you don't get that much tactile information. I use these. Is it meant to protect me against the heat? No, but it does. It gives me a second. I can feel it warming up, but I can touch that meat for just a second, put it down there, get it in place, and then pick it up. They work beautifully. And so I have about 6 in my kitchen, and I'll talk to you about washing. So you have a couple of things. One is you can just put it on your hand, pour some soap into your hand, and wash it like you're washing your hands. And the soap will kill the germs, and then you rinse it like you'd rinse your hands, and then just hang it up to dry. Now I have a small kitchen laundry basket. I like to keep my kitchen laundry separate from my personal laundry, my cloths and gloves and things. And so if I've just touched the turkey, find out it's not done yet, I can just throw this in the kitchen laundry and grab another one for the next time I temp it. And then I run them through the laundry, and then I run them through the dryer. Now over time, they do stretch a little bit. You'll definitely feel that they start to lose, but they're still cut proof. And then you just replace them. They're not very expensive at all. The other thing is for today, if I haven't already said this, I want to remind you that any order that is placed in the Blind Kitchen, whether it is a single item or whether it's a collection or all the collections, you will receive a free cut glove as part of your gift until midnight tonight. Then this promotion ends. It's for the Blind Expo attendees, and so it's good for today only.
Danny from Indiana.
Hi, Danny.
How are you
I'm from
today?
Indiana.
Yes, I know, Gary, Indiana. You just mentioned something briefly.
I'm trying to watch it, but yeah, I went on there. I've done it this morning.
Sorry, trying to.
It's on Zoom. I'm on a live session.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead, Danny. Is Danny there? Danny from Indiana.
Okay, I see you here. Oh, sorry.
Now?
You're good
I just
now.
heard you, Danny. Yep.
Deborah. Okay. The talking meat thermometers. Give me your best bet for one.
I have selected the one we have in the Blind Kitchen. I believe it's a Ryzen, and I like the probe ones that unfold that are instant read, but you got to be careful. I keep them open, and so that means the battery's wearing down. I replace the batteries, but the batteries are very inexpensive. I find them to be accurate, but I also don't really like to put brands out there because sourcing things right now in this world is like herding cats. You know, it's there 1 minute and then it's not the next minute. So I do have a supply built up in the Blind Kitchen inventory right now. So if you go there, but there are other kinds, the kinds that just beep. They're one unit, they don't bend or anything, and they have buttons. I think you can get them through MaxiAids. But that's one of the benefits of the Blind Kitchen. It's kind of like America Test Kitchen. I bought all different kinds and styles to find the one that would lends itself best to cooks with vision loss.
And thank you, Deborah. Every one of us, food is so important to all of us in different ways. So bless you. Thank you. Have a great day from Indiana.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Go Hoosiers.
We have a question from Linda. So she's asking, reading digital ovens.
Hi, Deborah. Yeah.
Hi, Linda.
Hi,
I can hear you.
Canada here. I have a lot of people asking about reading digital ovens because it's on the front panel and usually in red. What are your suggestions on that aspect?
So for many of us, that digital information is not accessible, no matter what color it is. And for other people,
exactly.
And for other people, even if you do have some vision, if you have to go get your magnifier or get your cheaters and bend over, and it can be a real pain. So I advocate making it accessible without using your vision at all. So you can just stand tall in front of your stove and manipulate it, or your microwave. Someone with good vision and to help you come up with a plan. And there is information available in the Blind Kitchen, and as well as other sources. But I would mark either with bump dots. Are you familiar with locator dots or touch dots?
Vision specialist with vision loss rehab. So
okay, yeah. So I would not, don't overdo it with the bump dot, just maybe, so that is one way, just so I know where I'm at in space. And then the other thing would be tactile paint. A lot of people like using tactile paint, and that would work for me too, as well. It kind of depends on your setup. And some people, I may have a white stove and I may not want anyone else to know that I have it marked. And so I might use clear or white bump dots or white tactile paint. But otherwise, I may be a person that says, oh, contrast helps me. I'm going to use a jet black ink bump dot so that I know where to turn that dial, or a bright white one on a dark screen panel on the number, maybe the number 2 and the number 8, so that I can know all of the other buttons. If I know where those 2 are, then I know where the 3 is, because I know it's going to be up and to the right of the 5. So I'm a bump dots or tactile paint fan.
yes, I'm familiar with those 2 techniques. Just thought if you had another tidbit about reading digital ovens. Thanks, Deborah.
The only other thing that I do and have to use sometimes is Be My Eyes or Ira. So just get your phone if you're unsure. These are apps where they're called visual interpretation services, and you can actually just press a button. It'll make a phone call to a volunteer or a worker, and they can use your phone camera to see for you.
With that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So we're at the end of the hour. You want to share the other video?
Okay, coming through with the other video, but I want to put one caveat out there. It was done by a local news station. So this one was not made by the Blind Kitchen. So it is not audio described. So I apologize for that, but it was out of our control. But we still feel like it captured the spirit and the mission of the Blind Kitchen. So thank you for attending. We know your time is valuable. We're going to be highlighting a different tool at the top of the next hour, so feel free to come back if you want to, but definitely enjoy the expo. And until next time, happy cooking.
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen
It takes a lot of concentration.
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a quarter cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a third. And I'm gonna make sure that I absolutely submerge this half cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You've just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Whoever baked that pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
Okay, we're top of the hour, so we'll start welcoming again.
Edgar, is this the butter slicer?
Let me check.
Thank you.
The cut glove.
Oh, the cut. Oh, we love the cut gloves. Okay, hello and welcome to the Blind Kitchen presentation. Thank you for coming and we hope that you'll enjoy it. So today I'm going to give you an idea of how the day is going to go, but first I want to introduce you to Edgar Garcia Chavez. He's my business partner and videographer, and he's going to be running the Zoom meeting, and that makes him a really good guy. Number one, he's a good guy because he's going to make sure that this session is recorded so that if you want to come back and see it later, you can request it from us. And we're also providing it to the Blind Expo organizers. So if you want it, you can get it from them. The other, that the auto captioning or transcription is on so that people who are both deaf and blind can access the information in real time using their Braille displays or their e-readers. But he's also a bad guy. So we've all been in chaotic, noisy Zoom call meetings, and we strategize as to how to make this not that type of a place. And so he is going to mute everyone that comes in the room. So don't take it personally, you're in good company. But when the time comes for Q&A, he will unmute you. And there's 2 ways to land, and that's fine. And then that way, when the time comes, he'll call your name, but you'll have to unmute yourself. The second way is
you have to raise your hand so I know who has a question as well.
Okay, thank you. And then you'll have to unmute yourself once he calls your name. He can't unmute you after you've been muted. So the other thing, there's a chat box. And the thing about the chat box is it is going to be a permanent part of this recorded presentation. So if you just raise your hand, that's fine. If you get a chance to talk, that's great. But if you don't get a chance to talk, type your contact information and your question or idea in the chat box. And if we run out of time in today's session, I'll get back to you sometime after the Blind Expo is finished. So the other reason he's a bad guy is he's the time tracker. So he's going to make sure that we begin on time and end on time. And so that's who Edgar is. Now, I'll give you an idea of how the date, the hour is scheduled. We're going to show you a short video that introduces you to the concept of the Blind Kitchen, who we are and what we do. Then we're going to open up the floor for question and answers. Then there's going to be another short video that features one of the adaptive tools that is featured in the Blind Kitchen. In this episode, it's going to be the cut glove, and you'll see a short video that talks about it. And then we'll do another short video of a segment that a local TV station did last week that kind of captured the essence and spirit of the Blind Kitchen. So Edgar, if you don't mind starting the video.
Okay,
of the introduction to the Blind Kitchen. Thank you.
I'm gonna share the screen now.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like Braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the Braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green Braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble Braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades and hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you. You're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears.
Okay, so the video's over now. Are there any questions you'd like to ask about the Blind Kitchen?
If you have any questions, please raise your hand so I'll know who has a question, or you can type it on the chat as well. So we have a question from Jane. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hi. How much is it? Looks like it's a subscription box. So how much do we have to pay for 4 months?
Yeah, good question. So it is sort of a subscription company, but it's only for 4 months. And to get all of the collections, it's $749.99. The other, if you buy the collections by themselves, they range from depending on how much it costs us to put the items inside them. There's also some of the items, not all of them, are available in the Blind Kitchen store. And we're going to be talking about the cut glove today. And I think this is $5.99. So there are some inexpensive items in the store as well. So it kind of just depends on your budget. The nice thing about the collections is that you get all of the products so that you get to try them all out. The other thing I want to say is, so the first collection comes with 15 items, including a talking scale, work trays, adaptive measuring cups and spoons. And every item that is in the collection comes with in a resealable bag. And on that bag is a label that's printed both in large print and Braille that tells you exactly what that item is. So then what you do is you go to the Blind Kitchen, www.theblindkitchen.com, and you go to the website, and it will have a video that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. And every video is audio described. If I am not talking and teaching, then I have hired a professional that describes what's going on in the background when there is silence. So just one more thing before I go back is I wanted to let you know today there is a special. If you buy all of the collections or any one of the collections, there's going to be a 10% off. This is for the Blind Expo attendees only, and it'll end at midnight tonight, Pacific Central Time or Pacific Time. The other thing is no matter any order that is placed in the Blind Kitchen before midnight tonight, we're going to go ahead and include a free cut glove with the item. So I'm not going to go into detail about what a cut glove is because that's going to be the next video that we watch. But yeah, I hope, did that answer your question? Probably over answered it.
Hey, Jane, do you have any other question? Okay. Is anyone else that have any questions, comments, suggestions? You can also use the chat if you want to put the question there as well.
So the other thing is Edgar's recording this session. And as I mentioned earlier, the chat is going to be preserved with the recording. So he's also going to put in the blindkitchen.com website information and stuff like that. But if you have any other questions or concerns, feel free to just type your question in there with your contact information, and I can get back to you later after the Blind Health Expo ends. So are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll go ahead and talk a little bit more about the Blind Kitchen website. We're very proud of it. It's very accessible for screen readers and magnifiers and such. The Blind Kitchen is more than just the culinary tools and the videos that are associated with them, although that is our bread and butter. Also, what you'll find in the Blind Kitchen library are articles, information, blog posts, links to many aspects of cooking related activities. So we all know that cooking doesn't begin or end in the kitchen. You've got to get a recipe. You've got to get your groceries. You have to have your kitchen organized. You got to be able to get to your equipment and your ingredients and that sort of thing. So in the library, there are 11 categories of information where cooking related activities are organized. So there are things such as cleaning, organizing your kitchen and pantry, labeling items so that you know what's in them. Also, how do you identify something that's in a closed container? There are more than one app and more than one strategy for doing so. There's articles on how to eat socially with social skills without touching your food. That's very difficult when you first lose your vision, but it's a skill that can be learned if you just have the information. There are articles on accessing and reading recipes, articles on dining out, because dining out presents other special challenges for blind and visually impaired. The low lighting can create problems. The lack of contrast and font size on a menu can make it impossible to read. So there are strategies on the website to help with that. Yeah, are there any other questions?
If you have any question, please raise your hand. It's just on top of your name. They have an option there, or you can type it as well.
Is it lunchtime?
Position 5, right?
Oh, that's an inside joke where we film. When I have to stand at certain positions when he's filming, and when he says position 5, that means it's in the other room where we eat.
So Stan Going, he's asking a question. I'm curious about your talking scale. It doesn't appear to have a video accompanying its description on your website. Did you miss it? So I'll just respond to that one.
Thank you,
Stan.
Thank you.
We have filmed that one, but we are in the process of finish editing that specific video. But it will be in the website soon.
Do you want me to say a few words about it now, Stan?
Yeah, let me unmute. Can you unmute yourself, Stan? Let me find you. Go ahead, Deborah. You want to talk about that?
Okay. So the talking scale is included in the first collection, the Kitchen Basics, because it has to do with measuring and portioning. When I was in culinary school, I was on the cuisine side of the house, but on the baking and pastry side of the house, they did all of their ingredients by weight, completely by weights, no volume. And it can make a big difference. Portioning. Like if let's say I have 3 pounds of meat that I want to make into patties, and I want to make sure that they're all equal, I can take that 3 pounds and say I want 5-ounce patties, and I can weigh out the chunk, and if it's 5 ounces, I'm going to know it's just the same as the next one. And a talking scale is just like a regular kitchen scale, except it requires no vision to be able to use it. A woman will say in a loud, clear voice, in ounces, in pounds, or in grams. And you can choose which one you want her to report in. And there's also, yeah, and it just got it on and off. So there's a lot of talking scales out there. I'd say there's probably about 8 on the market, and they vary in price. The reason I chose this one for the Blind Kitchen was for its simplicity. It only has 2 buttons It tells you what it weighs. It has a tare function if you want to be able to use it. To me, simple is better so often when cooking with vision loss. And so that's why I selected this particular model. And that being said, I hesitate to put out brands to anyone because trying to source these products right now is like herding cats. You know, something's on a shelf one day and then it's gone the next. And I 6 months later, I can't get it again, even though I've been buying it for 6 months. So this is the model that we have right now. And as Edgar said, he'll be getting the edited video on the website soon. And it'll tell you exactly how to use this one. If the model changes and a different one is shipped to you, we'll put a different video up for that one because we want to make sure people can use the same objects they're getting in the blind kitchen.
Do you have any other questions?
Thank you.
Stan?
That was very helpful.
Mhm.
I already. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Stan.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you and Edgar. I've been using talking scales for a while. My old one that I got from, I don't know, Maxi Age or whatever years ago is starting to have issues. So that's why I was curious. And I'm definitely a real advocate for weighing ingredients. I even weigh some of my liquid ingredients, although now I'm going to order your liquid measuring spoon system, and that's going to help me a lot. So thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I also, you asked earlier about tips and things. One of the things I do is I have a Weber iGrill system, and I do a lot of outdoor grilling. And so like I cook my Thanksgiving turkey with 2 temperature probes in it and a probe and a grill. And it communicates, this version communicates via Bluetooth to my iPad. So I was constantly able to monitor the temperature of my spatchcock turkey on my big green egg. And everybody raves about my turkeys when they're done. I've been doing this for several years.
Oh my goodness. Where are you located?
I'm in Reston, Virginia. I live right down the street from a lovely lady who has already talked to you today, and that's Sandy Newsel.
Oh, I remember. Cool.
And she and I co-chair a visually impaired users group in this area, and I would love it if you could join us for a talk sometime next year via Zoom.
I would enjoy that very much. It sounds like we have a similar passion for cooking, even though we have vision loss. Yeah, I'm always game for something like that. Stan, make sure you include your contact information in the chat box.
I believe I did. I put my email in.
Good.
Yeah, we have it. That's good.
So I'm curious, have you heard about a guy called the Blind Griller? He cooks in a big green egg. I haven't seen
Yeah,
any
he
videos
is.
lately.
He does, and he has some videos, but he's all over the place. I'm not knocking him, but like he has a video out there right now on building a table for his wife. And that's of no interest to me.
Gotcha. Oh, he's expanding.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. So I'm not a baker yet. Maybe someday, but I do everything else.
yeah. Well, I picked up on his recommendation watching one of his videos, and this has probably been 4 years ago or something, Flame Boss, where it is a temperature probe that goes into your oven, but it connects to the Bluetooth on your smartphone. And that worked pretty well. It wasn't meant for the blind visually impaired, but it did the trick for me.
Yeah,
I haven't done it in a while, though.
I've been thinking about looking at that because fortunately, I'm lucky my oven is pretty good and it seems to be close enough. But yeah.
Excellent.
I'm also, by the way, and this is another thing I would recommend to blind people who really are into cooking. I am a huge sous vide fan. I use sous vide constantly because it opens the window for food preparation to be very wide. It's okay with me if I want to sous vide chicken breast for 2 hours because that gives me time to get everything else ready. And then when it comes out, all I have to do is finish it, throw it in a pan and get the outside to be a nice color, but it never overcooks. I never get dry chicken breast anymore, ever.
That is an we learned how to sous vide in culinary school, but I never bought a system for myself. And one of my more frustrating experiences as a cook is how slow I am. I used to be a lot faster. I could just
I'm
glance and
slow.
do.
Yeah, I'm
But
slow too.
it's part of it. It's part of
Yeah.
what goes
Yep.
with it.
Yep. But this,
That buys you time.
it buys me a lot of time. And
Wow.
the Innova and the Joule, both, I use the Innova, but again, the app for it is really accessible. You can set the temperature and set the time and monitor it. And I am a huge proponent. And you don't need, you can buy the systems with a container to put the water in. The harder part for me is cutting the bags to vacuum seal stuff. So my wife, who's sighted, does that, and she seals the stuff up, and then I sous vide it. But anyway, I'm a huge sous vide fan, and I think any blind cook who's really serious and who cooks things that are applicable for sous vide, which isn't everything,
Okay.
it's worth considering, because like I say, it really opens that preparation window. I don't need to worry about my chicken. I can do everything else.
Well, you just gave me my New Year's resolution. I'm going to learn that.
Thank you, Stan. So we have another question for Allison. She's asking, do you have to be a member to use the website for the Blind Kitchen? Can anyone access articles, recipes, and other information? Thank you. And,
great question. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you can unmute Allison. Go ahead, Deborah.
So, hi, Allison. Yes, everything is accessible and free for anyone to view on the Blind Kitchen website. I actually had to go through kind of a whole moral thing. Am I only going to let people see the videos that buy my stuff? And there is some logic to that, because, in order to exist, I have to have sales and make money. But in the end, I decided I would rather let the information be available to people than not have it available. So all of the videos are accessible to anyone, all of the articles, all of the recipes. If so you could learn what a culinary tool is and then go out and buy it at Target if you wanted to, if you could find it there. And that's fine. The adaptive culinary tools and collections are our bread and butter, but the information is actually the heart of the Blind Kitchen. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we're like half hour. We can play the cut glove video.
Okay, let's go ahead and do the cut glove.
Okay, find that. So I'm gonna share the screen.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone has a seat at the table. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the cut glove.
Deborah is wearing miniature knife earrings. She's wearing a purple chef coat and an apron provided in the collection with the Blind Kitchen logo.
A cut glove is a tool that is designed to keep you from cutting your hands and fingers when cutting, chopping, or grating. Humans have a natural fear of cutting themselves, and this is a good instinct because it helps keep us alive. With vision loss, that fear can be intensified. The cut gloves help to alleviate this fear because it's relatively thin, quite flexible, and it has a protection level of 5, which is the same protection level found in most commercial kitchens. I'm going to demonstrate to you just how effective these cut gloves are. I have a miniature cucumber in my hand that roughly resembles a thick finger or a thumb. I'm going to put the miniature cucumber into the thumb cavity of this cut glove.
He's not like
Set that down on the work tray.
the same thing.
And
If
now
you
I'm
have
going
12
to
things
reach
abroad,
for my
2 or
chef
3,
knife, which is in reality quite
when he
sharp.
has the
And now I'm going to
two,
attempt to
they
cut
actually
that
join
cucumber
and everything.
through
This morning,
this
they joined
cutting
as
glove.
well.
Now I'm going to attempt to slice this cucumber into slices. So I'm going to put as much pressure on this as I would if I were cutting an actual cucumber without a cutting glove. I'm not
Yeah, and
going
she's saying, "No,
to
we're
squish the cucumber, so I'm not going to put all my weight on it, but I'm going to put the same amount of pressure I would on it as I would if I were actually thinking I'm going to slice the cucumber. So I'm going to go back and forth 4 or 5 times. And now I'm going to put
Well, some
my
people,
knife
because
back into the sharps
I
basket.
mean, for
And
my
I'm going
sake,
to pull the cucumber out
they're asking for
so
a
we can
product,
examine
and
the
I went to the
glove
website,
to
there was
see
a
if
video
there's
for it.
any gaping holes
So,
or
I mean,
cuts in it. And I'm
so a
actually
video for it,
checking it
correct?
out. I'm
So that's a
stretching
good thing
it.
for me.
I'm feeling it. Not a single cut is in this. Not a single thread has been cut. It's just as it was before I started running the knife back and forth. The more important thing to check out right now is the cucumber, because in reality, my finger would have been in there and not the cucumber. But I'm checking out the cucumber. I'm feeling it for any cuts, any abrasions, any breaks in the skin, and there are absolutely none. That cut glove prevented any damage from being done to this cucumber in the same way it'll prevent damage from being done to your fingers. There are 2 more points I want to make about the cut glove. The first is that it is absolutely indispensable for grading. I don't know any cook, regardless of their position on the spectrum of blindness, who has not left part of their DNA in something they are shredding, grating, or zesting. The cut gloves allow your fingers to get closer to those sharp blades that you find on a box grater. And you waste less food, but you know, a chef snack never hurts anybody if you take that last knob of cheese. The second point I want to make about these is that they are not puncture proof. If you are working with a probe or the point of your knife, they will be able to reach your skin. They don't cut the threads, but they can work their way around the weave and get inside them and cut you. So be very careful when you're working with any pointy objects. Caring for your cut gloves is simple. You can either hand wash it and air dry it, you can throw it in your dishwasher, or you can even run it through the laundry cycle. It's made of polyethylene threads, which are very durable, so it can withstand a lot of washings. In terms of storing your cut gloves, there's only one thing
Just
you
leave it
really
over there.
need
I'll
to
eat
keep
when
in
I have
mind,
time.
and that is to store them in a consistent place so that you are sure
Can
to
you give
be
us some
able to
water too,
find it
please?
when you need it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community. Your cut glove is sure to bring a higher level of competence to your cooking activities. Until next time, happy cooking.
Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Well, Edgar, we know you don't have to unmute yourself because you've been unmuted the whole time.
What's that? Oh,
You-
really?
We left the fox
All right.
watching the hen house here.
Sorry about that.
So
How
are there any questions? It's okay. Have her get you some water.
Okay. Do you want to play the video again? It was a little bit confusing.
Ask the people if they were able to.
There's a couple of comments there, like because I didn't mute myself, you know.
Do we have time?
Yeah, there is time. So if you want to just do it again.
That's fine with me. People, do you want to raise your hand if you want to do it again?
Let's do it again. So it's I'm sure I mute myself this time. Okay, we're gonna share again. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let's see.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone has a seat at the table. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the cut glove.
Deborah is wearing miniature knife earrings. She is wearing a purple chef coat and an apron provided in the collection with the Blind Kitchen logo.
A cut glove is a tool that is designed to keep you from cutting your hands and fingers when cutting, chopping, or grating. Humans have a natural fear of cutting themselves, and this is a good instinct because it helps keep us alive. With vision loss, that fear can be intensified. The cut gloves help to alleviate this fear because it's relatively thin, quite flexible, and it has a protection level of 5, which is the same protection level found in most commercial kitchens. I'm going to demonstrate to you just how effective these cut gloves are. I have a miniature cucumber in my hand that roughly resembles a thick finger or a thumb. I'm going to put the miniature cucumber into the thumb cavity of this cut glove. Set that down on the work tray, and now I'm going to reach for my chef knife, which is in reality quite sharp. And now I'm going to attempt to cut that cucumber through this cutting glove. Now I'm going to attempt to slice this cucumber into slices. So I'm going to put as much pressure on this as I would if I were cutting an actual cucumber without a cutting glove. I'm not wanting to squish the cucumber, so I'm not going to put all my weight on it, but I'm going to put the same amount of pressure I would on it as I would if I were actually thinking I'm going to slice the cucumber. So I'm going to go back and forth 4 or 5 times. And now I'm going to put my knife back into the sharps basket, and I'm going to pull the cucumber out so we can examine the glove to see if there's any gaping holes or cuts in it. And I'm actually checking it out. I'm stretching it. I'm feeling it. Not a single cut is in this. Not a single thread has been cut. It's just as it was before I started running the knife back and forth. The more important thing to check out right now is the cucumber, because in reality, my finger would have been in there and not the cucumber. But I'm checking out the cucumber. I'm feeling it for any cuts, any abrasions, any breaks in the skin, and there are absolutely none. That cut glove prevented any damage from being done to this cucumber. In the same way, it'll prevent damage from being done to your fingers. There are 2 more points I want to make about the cut glove. The first is that it is absolutely indispensable for grating. I don't know any cook, regardless of their position on the spectrum of blindness, who has not left part of their DNA in something they are shredding, grating, or zesting. The cut gloves allow your fingers to get closer to those sharp blades that you find on a box grater. And you waste less food, but you know, a chef snack never hurts anybody if you take that last knob of cheese. The second point I want to make about these is that they are not puncture proof. If you are working with a probe or the point of your knife, they will be able to reach your skin. They don't cut the threads, but they can work their way around the weave and get inside them and cut you. So be very careful when you're working with any pointy objects. Caring for your cut gloves is simple. You can either hand wash it and air dry it, you can throw it in your dishwasher, or you can even run it through the laundry cycle. It's made of polyethylene threads, which are very durable, so it can withstand a lot of washings. In terms of storing your cut gloves, there's only one thing you really need to keep in mind, and that is to store them in a consistent place so that you are sure to be able to find it when you need it. Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community. Your cut glove is sure to bring a higher level of competence to your cooking activities. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen.
Okay, thank you, Edgar. Are there any questions about the cut glove?
Please raise your hands if you have any questions so I know who has them. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I'm just going to remind you that any order placed on theblindkitchen.com leave a free cut glove. These
sorry.
are not only, go ahead.
Sorry, we have a question from Stan.
Hey, Stan.
Yeah. Questions about the cut glove. Are they ambidextrous? And that is, one glove can be used in left or right hand. Also, they're stretched enough to fit large hands.
They do come in different sizes. I have ordered all medium and larges, so it should fit most hands. That's what we use at the Commission for the Blind, where we're teaching blind adults, and we've never had a problem where someone couldn't fit. And that's partly because they do have that stretch to them. And yes, they are ambidextrous. They are exactly the same on both sides, so they can be fit on either hand. That's a really good point.
Thank you.
Yeah, gloves aren't the easiest things to put on and off with vision loss, that's for sure. But these aren't bad at all because you can't really do it wrong.
We have a question from Leslie. So Leslie, if you can unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a question about the glove, about cleaning it, especially like when handling meat. How does that work?
Excellent question. And your concern with cross-contamination is real. And the one thing is I have also used this not only for cut protection, but I have also used this glove when you are temping a turkey and you want to make sure that you have the probe of your thermometer in the thickest part of the meat. It's very hard to touch it and find out where the hottest part is, you just with your bare finger. This is not meant to protect against heat, but it does. I mean, there's just like if you had a mitten on or a glove like you would wear to church when you were a little girl, it's going to give you a little bit more protection. It's going to be better than just your skin. And so I use it for that. But if that turkey or chicken are not done up to temperature, I have now contaminated this glove, right? I've touched it. It's now can grow bacteria very quickly. So what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to take it off. I have a kitchen laundry basket where I put my heat resistant gloves, any dirty dishcloths. I like to keep my personal laundry away from my kitchen laundry, and I do enough cooking that's not hard to do. So what I do is I just throw this into my kitchen laundry basket and I'll immediately grab another one from my stock. Another thing I didn't mention in that video, but this is mine from home, and I have put like a key ring on the top of it, and I have these hanging from a magnetic hook on my refrigerator. So I have like 6 of them. And all I have to do, if this one gets dirty, contaminated, another one. And they're really quite inexpensive. I think, don't hold me to this, but I'm pretty sure they're only $5.99 each. And if you purchase one, you're going to get a 2 for today because we're going to put another one in your order just for free, just for being a Blind Health Expo participant. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. It's good to have multiples of them. And I had a question about today's promotion. Do we go directly to your website, or is there a link somewhere?
Yeah,
on the Expo, or
Good
I don't really understand that part.
question. So what you'll do, you.theblindkitchen.com, and it's a very accessible for screen readers and magnifiers and such. And then you can go to the store category of the store, and that's where all the collections are and where the individual items are as well. And for the ones that have the videos completed, there's a video at the end of it. So I'm not sure, I use the screen reader, so I tab through it. And you can play the video, the same one you just saw, that's got audio description and the whole thing, to tell you what each item is, how to use and care for it, why it's blind friendly. Make sense?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got a question from Dishon.
Hi, my name is Deshaun Spears, and I work at the Colorado Center for the Blind. And I want to say this has been great and informative. I used to teach cooking here at the center, and now I work with the older blind population. And I'm wondering if you would be able sometime next year to come and speak to our senior group about yourself and your company.
Oh, wow. Deshaun, definitely put your contact information into the chat box so I have it after we're done, or you could go to the website and there is a way to submit email that will get to me through the website. I would love that. I love talking cooking and I love talking cooking with vision loss. So
Yeah,
I would love that.
Yeah, cooking is one of my favorite things to do. I've gotten into baking, and I want to start getting more. I've been seeing more recipes, measuring by weight, and I want to start doing more of that. And I have a 6-year-old son, and he loves to watch and help out in the kitchen. So that might be something it might get passed down to him.
I love that idea. The other thing that you mentioned, children, I meant to, with these cut gloves, they come in child sizes too, not through the Blind Kitchen, but you can find them on Amazon, and you can get them in child sizes to help keep his hands safe until his skills improve.
Okay,
well,
well, thank you so much. And I am too a RP person, so I'm right there with you.
It's a popular club. I think 6 of our 10 instructors have RP at the commission. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks. I'm glad I got to attend this, to see you and everything like that. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone has any other questions, suggestions? Please raise your hands. Or you can put it in the chat as well. So Deborah, why don't you talk about a little bit about the library?
Okay, the Blind Kitchen Library. So the adaptive culinary tools are the bread and butter. That's how we are making a living on the Blind Kitchen. But the library is actually the heart of the Blind Kitchen. When I was putting this business together and going through culinary school and trying to find answers for student problems when I was instructing them, I went all different cracks and corners and was reading any articles I could find, watching any video, listening to any podcast.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And the information was all over the place. Some of it was very valuable. In fact, so much of it was valuable, but it wasn't really easy to access. But part of the mission, we'll say, of the Blind Kitchen was to get any information related to cooking all gathered into one place and in an organized way. So if you go to the Blind Kitchen Library, we have 11 categories. And so if you're interested in cleaning solutions, and I focus on cleaning with vision loss. There are a million ways to clean things, but I am trying to come up with different strategies and tips that are helpful for people with vision loss. So you can go to the cleaning section to look for articles and videos and such. There's things on accessing and reading recipes. How can you, if you can't read with your eyes anymore, how can you possibly follow a recipe? There are ways, there are apps, there are smart speakers, there are different types of equipment, and that's the kind of stuff you'll find in the library. There's things on dining out, eating socially skilled at home, how to eat when you're with people. Believe me, when I'm at home, if I want to touch my food, I touch my food. Who cares? But when I'm out with people, I want to have good posture. I want to have good manners. And so there are articles and links and techniques to how to be able to eat with class without touching your food. You can do it. It's a skill, but there's also, you just need some ideas. There are articles on how to recognize what's in a closed container. What about your freezer? When you go in your freezer and you go to bring out 3 frozen foods, let's say, or three packages of meat, one's ground turkey, one's ground sausage, one's ground beef. They look alike. You can't get anything through smell. You can't get anything through touch because they're frozen solid. How are you going to know when you put those away and they become frozen what they are? There are ways to label them and strategies to organize. And the other thing I really want to put out there is I see a community forming of blind kitchen memberships, of people that have one thing in common for sure. We want to cook safely, confidently, and independently. And so we already have that in common. So I am open to ideas. The ones that I've discovered and stumbled upon or created, those are just mine. There's no one right way to do anything. And I would love your challenges, your successes, to find out, how are you making it work in the blind kitchen? And if you were to share something with me, I can share it with who knows how many other people using the platform of the blind kitchen to help make people's lives better.
Okay, I think we can just play the KGW.
Okay.
Video.
So we're going to play a video. A local television station came last week and did a segment. It's less than 2 minutes on the blind kitchen. And I have to warn you, we did not make this video, although we like it. We really think he captured the spirit and mission of the blind kitchen in a good way, but it is not audio described. So unlike all of the videos in the blind kitchen library are audio described, this one is not. So I just wanted to let you know that. And I also wanted to thank you for giving us your time today. We appreciate it. We know there are many other wonderful exhibitors here at this expo. And I want to remind you that until midnight tonight, there is a 10% discount on collections, and you'll get a free gift, a free cut glove with every order that is placed in the blind kitchen. So thank you.
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen,
it takes a lot of concentration,
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a quarter cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a third. And I'm going to make sure that I absolutely submerge this half cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You've just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
Hello?
On mute. Okay, we got a question.
There we go.
We got a question for Caitlin. Can you talk about the wet measuring spoon system and how it works?
I certainly can. Let me get it. I have it right over here. So the wet measuring spoon system and the cup system, just for the record, works in the same way, actually consists of 6 parts. We have a traditional measuring cup set. Here it is. We have a traditional measuring cup set, which if you have spoons, it's going to be a tablespoon, a teaspoon, a half a teaspoon, and a quarter teaspoon. And they're made of stainless steel, but what makes them blind friendly is that, first of all, the handles have been bent up, so it's shaped more like a soup ladle. Instead of being flat like a pan with a pan handle, that pan handle has been bent upwards. And then also where the handle meets the bowl of the spoon, there are bumps. On this particular one I'm holding in my hand, it has 2 tactile bumps that I can touch. They can't wash off. They're part of the handle design. I know this is a half because it has 2. If it had 3, I would know it was a third. If it had 4, I know it's a fourth. And if it has 1, I know it's a teaspoon. And if it has none, I know it's a tablespoon. They couldn't put 1 on both the teaspoon and the tablespoon. So we just left the tablespoon blank. And the way this works is you will get this assortment of spoons, but you'll also get a small spouted pitcher. It probably holds about 3 ounces, and it stands upright. So what it does is, let's say I want 1 tablespoon of vanilla. I'm going to take my 1 tablespoon. It has no dots. I'm going to put it into that cup, and now it is freestanding. I don't need to hold it up anymore. Even though the spoon has a rounded bottom, that little spouted cup is holding it upright. So then I'm going to take my vanilla or whatever liquid I want, and I'm going to open the bottle, and I'm going to put my non-dominant finger into the spouted cup and make sure I'm touching just the top of the spoon, because I could just pour and check all the way to the top. So what the Blind Kitchen encourages you to do is to overflow the spoon. Don't worry, the liquid's going to be caught in the cup itself, but overflow the spoon, because if that spoon is overflowed and it's level, you know when you pick it up, you like a soup ladle, that as long as you don't hear anything spilling out of it, you've got 100% sure 1 level tablespoon of liquid in the cup. And then you're going to transfer that, move it over, dump it into your target bowl or pan. And then you're going to come back, and you may say, vanilla is expensive, and you'd be right. So what we've done is we now have vanilla left in the bottom of this little spouted pitcher because we overflowed the spoon. So what else comes with your set is a small funnel. And this funnel has been very carefully selected. It has a very thin neck and it'll fit right into the smallest vanilla bottle. We looked a long and hard time to make sure we got the right one. And so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this back into the vanilla bottle and it can stand there all by itself. And then I'm gonna take the spouted pitcher and I am going to use the spout to channel the liquid into the funnel. So all of that vanilla that was formerly overflowed is now back safely in the vanilla bottle.
Okay, so we have
Did
a,
I have to dirty 2 more dishes? Yeah, hey, that's the way it goes to get an accurate measurement.
okay, we have a question from Tammy. Tammy, can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Did I do it?
Yeah, you did it. You did it.
There we go. There we go. My jaws was a little slow. You mentioned your library. Is there anything in there about judging doneness, either meats or baked items?
That is an excellent question. So we have, so for meat, we advocate a talking thermometer. And the talking thermometer is included in the store. It's included in the stovetop collection, but it is a way to be able to, so some people have some vision and they put their face really close, have to put their face close to the display to be able to read. And that's putting your face near the hot food. And that's gross for a couple of reasons. One is you could burn your face if something should spatter or something. And the other, it's near your mouth and your nose. Nobody wants your face that close to their food. So
I don't want my nose that close to that food.
Exactly. So we advocate using a talking thermometer to make sure that meat is done. I would never guess, to tell you the truth. Yeah, you just can't tell from the outside. You really need that internal temperature. I'm so you're probably familiar with the cake tester where you put a toothpick into the center and it sure comes out truth. I'm a big proponent of Ira and Be My Eyes. If I'm making biscuits and I can reach in, I can touch food for just a second. You like a biscuit or a cookie or something like that. But if I'm not sure, and sometimes the window's not that big on those things where, you go from done to not edible in about 30 seconds, I'll open the oven door and say, hey, do those look like they're brown on top to you? Because sometimes I get it just right. I can tell by the smell. Because, but sometimes I'm just not sure, or I get distracted. And I am a big fan of using Beam. I don't call my husband. I call Be My Eyes. Or are you familiar with those?
Yes,
and Ira? Okay, yeah. So that is the way that I would just. Those are the 3 ways I have for discerning doneness without vision.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have another question from Jenny. So she's asking, where can the cups and spoons be purchased, and can they be purchased on their own?
Okay. Excellent question. The answer is they can be purchased in the store of www.theblindkitchen.com, and they can be they're all 4 wet cups, wet spoons, and dry cups and dry spoons. They are all included in the Kitchen Basics collection, but you can purchase them separately. And when you get the wet measuring cups are the same system as the wet measuring spoons, but we don't send a funnel or a spouted pitcher with the cups because most kitchens have funnels that'll fit that. Not everyone has a mini funnel like this, and not everyone has a small spouted pitcher, but most of us have, some type of a measuring pitcher or something like that where we don't use it for vision, but it would be able to overflow your measuring cup with the upturn handle. So they can be purchased separately. And I want to also put it out there one more time for Blind Expo attendees, we're going to include a cut glove as a free gift with any purchase made up until midnight tonight. And that includes the collections or individual items, even if you just want buy one item. Also, today only for the collections, if you purchase them before midnight tonight, you're going to get an additional 10% off, whether you buy all the collections or whether you buy one of any of the collections. And you also get another free cut glove.
Okay, we're at the top of the hour, so we'll start the next session, Deborah.
Okay, I think we're on the butter slicer this time.
Let me double check. Yes, correct.
Okay. Are we ready to start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for attending the Blind Kitchen's presentation at the Blind Health Expo. We appreciate your time and coming in, and we're excited to share the Blind Kitchen with you. I'm going to give you an idea of what today will be like, but first I want to take care of a little bit of housekeeping stuff. Edgar Garcia Chavez, who happens to be my videographer and my business associate, you are going to see his excellent work, but he's agreed to monitor this meeting for us. So he gets to be a good guy for two reasons. First, he is recording this session. So if afterwards, if you miss something or you want to share something with someone else, you can request a recording of this session from either the Blind Kitchen, or we're going to provide a copy to the Blind Health Expo as well. The second reason he's such a good guy is that he is making sure that the captioning is on, or the auto transcription, so that people who are deaf and blind can access the same information in real time through their braille displays or their e-readers. Now, he also is a bad guy, and I'll tell you why, but he has to be. Number one, everyone that comes into the meeting is immediately going to be muted. We've all been in meetings where it's chaotic and you can hear noise in the background and it's hard to track what's going on. Edgar is going to monitor that. There will be times for questions and answers, but Edgar will call your name. There, you can either raise your hand as part of it, or there's a chat box. And if you want to put your question in the chat box, you can do that. One thing I do want you to note, if you raise your hand and we run out of time, I won't have any idea of your contact information or what your hand was raised for. So the chat box, however, becomes a permanent part of the recording. So it's probably more beneficial to you if you would like some feedback or a response to make sure you type your contact information and your question or comment into the chat box. So the way the session is going to go today is we're going to start with an overview of the Blind Kitchen. We've only been open for 6 weeks, so most people are not familiar with the Blind Kitchen concept and what we do. So that video should answer a lot of those questions. But when it's over, we will open the floor up for questions and answers. Then we're going to show another video. The Blind Kitchen provides adaptive culinary equipment for people with vision loss who like to cook. And so every product that we sell in the Blind Kitchen store is available in the Blind Kitchen about a product. And this one is going to be about the butter slicer. It's a game changer, peeps. So then we're going to open the floor for question and answers again. And we're going to close with a TV segment. Just last week, a local TV channel did a very nice 2-minute segment on the Blind Kitchen. And we felt that it really captured the heart and spirit of the Blind Kitchen and wanted to share it with other people. So Without any further ado, why don't we go ahead and start with an introductory video, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen now.
Thank you.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades and hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you. You're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Okay, are we here, Edgar?
Are we back? Yep.
All right. So if you have any questions or comments or observations, please raise your hand if you would like to speak, and Edgar will say your name, but you'll have to unmute yourself or you can type your question directly into the chat box.
So we don't have any questions so far. Do you want to talk about, we can start talking about the tool itself, or you want to talk about the library? What do you think? Or your experience about cooking?
Okay, just talk.
Yeah, we have
Okay,
a little.
No, I certainly can talk. So you saw that there were 4 collections of tools. There's a total of 62 items that are dispersed amongst the collections. You can, if you purchase them today, you're going to get an additional 10% off of any one collection. If you choose to buy it, it's a little more expensive buying them one by one. Or if you choose to buy them all, you'll get 10% off till the end of till midnight tonight. And that's for Blind Kitchen Expo attendees. Also, with every order that's placed in the Blind Kitchen today, we're gonna send you a free cut glove. And I'll give you just kind of an idea. This is one of the tools in the Blind Kitchen. It's not the one that you're going to see in the up to thin glove. It's ambidextrous, so you can wear it on either hand, and it is made of polyethylene. And these threads, if you go to .com and choose the cut glove video, you'll see where I put a cucumber into the thumb of one of these cut gloves. And then I took my very sharp chef's knife and I went across it 4 or 5 times, and it didn't touch the cucumber, just like it won't touch your skin. Where I came across these as was I was doing a work experience at a local store / deli, and I was given a work experience. I was the only blind cook there, but every cook was required to wear these when they were cutting, because of insurance policies. I had to wear one too, but it had nothing to do with the fact that I was blind. It had to do with safety. So they really use these in commercial kitchens, and that's how I discovered. But I can't believe I never knew about this before. And so I brought it back to my teaching at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. And now you're being made available, made aware of it. And we'd love to send a free one of these to you if you buy anything in the Blind Kitchen. Another thing I want to tell you about the Blind Kitchen is that the collections and the adaptive culinary tools for cooks with vision loss are our bread and butter. That's how we keep our business going. But there's another part of the website called the Blind Kitchen Library. And whereas this is the bread and butter of the Blind Kitchen, the library is actually the heart of the Blind Kitchen. So it contains tools, articles, videos, links, blog posts. When I was first starting to learn to cook with vision loss and going to culinary school, I was looking everywhere for solutions to the problems, and there were some really good solutions out there, but they just were hard to find. And I was reading everything, listening to all kinds of blog posts, I was watching every video, and eventually I thought, wouldn't it be nice if this was all in one organized area where people with vision loss would be able to access it? So that's what I decided to do. And the Blind Kitchen Library actually has 11 categories of cooking related activities, all of which focus on people who are cooking with vision loss. So I'll give you an example of the categories that are there. I don't have them all memorized, but we all know cooking doesn't start or end in the kitchen. You've got to have a recipe. You've got to be able to get your groceries. You have to be able to read the recipe. You have to be able to have organization and labeling so you know what your ingredients are and where they are and where your equipment is. So the Blind Kitchen Library has categories related to cooking. There's cleaning, There's dining out, there's entertaining at home, there's organizing. How do you organize a kitchen and pantry? There are articles on labeling things. Let's say I have two cans of soup in my hand, and I know the one in my right hand is mushroom soup, and I know the one in my left hand right now is chicken soup. But how am I going to know which is which when I put them on in my pantry a month from now? It could be as simple as putting a rubber band around the cream of mushroom soup. And so that way, when I go back and I encounter these two cans again, I just have to remember whatever strategy, whatever meaning I assign to that rubber band so that I know what it is. So some of the tips and tricks are that easy. I'll give you another one on organizing your kitchen. Inevitably, when I go to reach for an item in my cabinet, it's going to be in the back. I can guarantee it. Even if it's the last thing I used, it's going to, those elves are going to bring it to the back, and I'm going to try and reach over and I'll knock stuff over as I either go back to find it or I come forward with it. I'm going to be knocking stuff down. But I found an answer to that, and I didn't invent it. My mother had one. It's called a Lazy Susan, which is a little rotating platform. I'm sure you've seen them at restaurants. And that way, if that can of mushroom soup, which now has a rubber band around it, is in the back of my pantry, all I have to do is turn the Lazy Susan a half a turn, and now that cream of mushroom soup is right in front of me. I don't knock anything down. I don't have to reach over. It's just one of those really simple solutions that was not made for blind people, but it sure helps us to be more organized in the kitchen and pantry. Any thoughts or questions?
We don't have any so far. So you want to just play the video for the butter slicer?
Yeah, let's do it. I like that.
Okay.
I like this one.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where you'll learn to fall in love with cooking again. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the butter slicer.
She is wearing a bright pink chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo. She holds a silver rectangular shaped butter slicer. It has handles and evenly spaced cutting wires across most of the rectangle.
Now, why, as a blind cook, would I want a butter slicer? There are several reasons. One is for efficiency. I can cut a stick of butter into 12 equal teaspoons with one stroke, quickly and easily. Recipes often call for very specific amounts of butter, maybe 2 teaspoons, maybe 2 tablespoons. If I'm trying to guess, I know I can't see the wrapper, so it's going to be a bit of a guess to see how big they are. But if I have a tool in my toolkit that I confidently know those are 12 teaspoons, I can put these into my refrigerator and I can know that I'm grabbing the right amount of butter. 3 teaspoons equals 1 tablespoon. So if my recipe calls for 2 teaspoons of butter, I'm just going to reach in my refrigerator and grab 2 of the pats. If it calls for 2 tablespoons, I'm going to reach into my refrigerator and quickly grab 6 of the pats, and I'll know I have it exactly right. The second reason a butter slicer is wonderful to have as a blind cook is because we can't see even slices, and it takes a long time to get those knife skills. But with this tool, you can just cut through the butter and your presentation will be enhanced. If you have guests over, you have a dinner roll, you want to put a couple of butter pats next to their plate, overlapping a little bit, you can confidently know it's going to be an attractive presentation. Now I'm going to teach you how to use your butter slicer. I have on my work tray a stick of butter that's unwrapped, and I have my butter slicer, and to the left of that I have a container with the lid where I plan to store my cubed butter. Now a word about packaging.
An unwrapped stick of butter sits on an unfolded and flattened butter wrapper on a work tray.
As blind cooks, we have to be especially careful to make sure that we account for food packaging. So I have opened this butter and I've kept that wrapper in one piece. This is especially important if you're working with room temperature or soft butter. It's almost impossible to tactily tell the difference between where the butter begins and the paper ends. So it's always better to cut your butter cold. Now I'm picking up the butter slicer and I'm positioning it above the stick, which is on the piece of paper. That's important because I'm going to need that paper for the next step. I am positioning the butter slicer on the stick, and then I'm going to push down slowly but firmly, and it is going to cut through. If it doesn't cut through immediately, it means you probably aren't centered. But I'm going through, it's going through, I'm going slowly, carefully. I don't want to pop any of the wires. And then I'm going to reach the bottom. Now, when I reach the bottom, my butter slicer has reached the tray. The butter is still not cut all the way through. So I'm reaching over, I'm grabbing the butter container I want to drop this butter into, and I'm picking up the butter slicer with the paper still attached to the bottom of it. I'm putting my thumbs under the paper, turning the butter slicer over, and I'm going to eject these little cubes into this container. I'm pushing on the paper, not too hard. I don't want to tear the paper or cut my fingers, but it's a nice little piece of protection between you and the butter as you finish slicing it all the way through. So I'm getting through it. I can hear them dropping off. I'm checking my work. You always have to check your work. Don't forget that. And now what I'm going to do is, if I put these in the refrigerator just like they are now, they will clump together and just refreeze in a block form. So I'm making sure I separate them into their individual pats, so that way when I need a teaspoon of butter, I can just go to my refrigerator and grab it. No cutting, no unwrapping, nothing. I can be confident in my measurements, and life is good. Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community, and enjoy your butter slicer. And in the meantime, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears, fade to black.
Okay, we're back. If anyone has any questions, let us know by raising your hand, or you can put it in the chat as well.
Okay. I have one more thing I want to say about the butter slicer, and I wish I'd put it in the video, but I've gone a step further now with it. So I actually got a bigger butter container, and now I do a whole pound of butter at a time. As soon as that butter dish is empty, I wash it, and then I do a whole pound of butter. And I'm good for at least a week. Well, it depends on how much I'm cooking and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, I have a coworker, and I go to her, quote unquote, her refrigerator, and I open the butter section, you know, that's in the door, and there are just knobs all over the place. She has vision loss as well. And it's like, why don't you use this method? You know, it's already cut for you. You don't have to guess. You don't have to have these little nubs left in the thing. So I really encourage you to get a butter slicer. And again, like many things in items and tools found in the Blind Kitchen, this was not made for the blind and visually impaired, not at all. But we certainly, there are, as I explained in the video, there are reasons why this would be an especially helpful and tool for us. I call this an efficiency tool. It makes me faster. And that is one of my biggest frustrations as a cook with vision loss, is it slowed me down. I still am working at it, and then the more I cook, the better I get. But anything that I can find that can help me move through my recipe quicker, I'm going to take it.
We have a question from Jess. Does that slicer still fit to the large block of butter or only the small sticks?
Good question. And I just tested that the other day. It does the longer blocks too. I was surprised because it looked like it would be too small, but it fit. You're talking like you've got the 4, I'm going to say finger size blocks. Some of them are kind of the size of thumbs and some are the size of fingers more, that you get 4 finger size one. Is that what you're talking about?
Jess, did that answer your question?
Or do you mean the 4 sticks that are together still?
Oh, no,
In a
this
brick.
this will not do a brick of butter. It's too narrow. It is about, I'd say maybe 1.5 inches wide. It will do varying lengths of, like, I'm going to say a average stick of butter. Let's say it's 1 inch, square or around. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay, good. So that's what this will, it won't handle anything bigger, anything that's wider than about 1 inch.
So the big fat block, you'd have to cut into 4ths and then use the butter slicer.
Yeah. And the other thing, I'd probably avoid the big fat block unless maybe you get a better price on it or something, is because that using the paper is pretty important in this one, because you're pushing up against the wires that are sharp enough to cut cold butter. They're not, like a blade or anything like that, but it's nice to have the individual wrapper to be able to push them through, because that, if I had to have a downside to this butter slicer, number one, I'd have it cut all the way through the first time I pushed it. But this design, it does not. It sets, and so the butter can't quite cut all the way through. So you flip it upside down, and when you push it out, like 3 pats tend to want to stick together in a clump. And if you put back in the refrigerator, because now they've been exposed to room temperature, they're going to refrigerate back together again, and you've wasted your time. So you got to make sure that you break those pats up individually, so when they go back in the fridge and they come back to the refrigerator temperature, they will not, melt back in, come together. And I'm saying, doing a pound of butter at a time, doing 4 sticks, you only have to watch the butter slicer once then, and you're good for like a week. I'm a real big fan of this tool.
Jess is saying the big block is usually cheaper.
Yeah, I believe that. Less packaging. And the big block's not impossible, but just like she said, you just have to divide it into 4.
And maybe use parchment paper.
Oh, that's true too. That's true too. Plus they come in their own paper, like one piece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could probably just reuse that piece over and over. Maybe I'll have to look and see if there's a bigger one out there.
Does anyone has a question?
Somebody asked how much the butter slicer is.
I am not sure. Let me think. One thing we did when we were pulling these tools, there was a lot of reasons we selected different things. So when I was looking for a butter slicer, there's more than one company that makes it. There's more than one design. I bought different models of them because I wanted to find the model that was the best one with vision loss. So no, this is not the only model like this. In fact, I got another one that is so strange. It's like a butter container with like and this thing like goes on top, but it's the metal thing, and then it has another lid on top of that. And so you push the butter down through it, but the wires broke almost immediately when I did it. So there's a lot of different ideas, but if you'll notice when you go to the Blind Kitchen, since we are assembling so many tools, that could get very costly for people. And we were very concerned with that. So you'll notice, I think the most expensive individual tool for sale in the Blind Kitchen, I think is $29.99. And I think the cheapest is $4.99 or $5.99. So you'll find that we're not gouging people in the Blind Kitchen. The other thing I wanted to say that it hasn't been mentioned yet is that each tool that comes with the Blind Kitchen is included in its own resealable bag, and on it has a label that says both in large print and in Braille what the name of the item is. So that way, if you order a butter slicer and this comes to your house, or you order a collection and in it you can read that it says butter slicer, you can then go to theblindkitchen.com and go to the library and look for the video called Butter Slicer. And then you'll see that same video that you just saw, and it'll explain what it is, why it's blind friendly, how to use and care for it. So there's 62 items available that are arranged into these 4 collections, and each one, we're not quite finished yet, we're getting closer though, but each one will have its own video for the items so that you can be very clear on what was sent to you.
And somebody asked about the price of the butter slicer. So I look in the website, it's $8.99.
Oh, it's $8.99.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
The audio now unmuted.
Oh, somebody's a JAWS user. So
hi, I'm sorry.
I am too. That's how I know. Did you have a question?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my question is, do you, Debbie, do you travel and do workshops and trainings?
Thank you for that question. I love to travel, but we only opened 6 weeks ago. We're brand new on the block. Yeah. So what that part of the future looks like, we're just trying to get the videos done, get it up and running, get the word out there. But absolutely, I would love to do that. If you have some ideas for me, if you wouldn't mind either contacting me through the website or in the chat box that's in this Zoom call, I would love to get in touch with you and talk about what ideas you had, where you think it might be helpful.
Yes, I'm definitely going to do that. I think you would be a great asset. I want you to come to Michigan.
Oh my gosh. I've been to Michigan. I'm from Gary, Indiana. We're right on Lake Michigan.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your contact in the chat, and or you can contact us through the website as well. I'll put the link there. We have another question from Jess. How strong is the slicer? Can we use for other things like veggies or only for soft butter?
I have only used it for 2 things. That's soft butter and then sticks of shortening. When I make my pie crust, I use a specific amount of shortening. And so this works with them. I have found that this particular model butter slicer is pretty strong. I have never sprung a spring, and I have had a lot of like mushroom slicers and deviled egg or, egg slicers and olive slicers, mushroom slicers. And I've never had one that lasted. You almost always end up with a sprung spring, and that kind of, so much for your even slicing, right? So for this one, I think it's good for like butter and stuff like that, but I've never tried it with like mushrooms and stuff like that. However, I'll just give a free tip here. This is not related to an item. What I have found for things like mushrooms and olives and hard-boiled eggs, if you buy, and if you contact me, I can send you a link from Amazon of the model I prefer, but I prefer the ones that are not wires. If you find them, you can actually find them where they are blades, like little, solid razor blades kind of things, instead of being wires cutting through. And I have found those blades don't break, and they're stronger. They really push through. So, and the device is pretty safe. I mean, it closes up and it has a locking mechanism on it, so you can't accidentally reach in. You can store it in a closed, safe position. So I would not use this for vegetables because it is wired, but there are other tools you could.
Any other questions?
Deborah, this is Joette. I don't have a question, but I'm looking on your website at your collections and I love them. I think they're very smart collections put together. And I see a lot of the things I have in my own kitchen at home. I'm like, yes, I love that thing. That's the best tool ever. So especially, for example, when I saw you had the side strainer.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's the neatest, coolest thing.
It's a great tool. Thank you. And thank you for your enthusiasm. So one of the things that we were also very thoughtful about is I didn't want to send you something you already had in your kitchen. So most people have a big strainer in their kitchen that they dump the hot water and pasta into the sink, right? But most people don't have one of those side strainers.
Right,
that's
right.
something different. And another example is like most people have a big box grater, like where you grate cheese, or I actually slice carrots. I do a lot of things on my big box grater, but most people have one. And even though it's very handy for the blind and visually impaired, I didn't want to charge people for something like that when I knew they could have one. I want to teach them about it, how it can be used, but I didn't want to send them one. But I found this adorable little 1-inch mini box grater. And that does come in the cutting and chopping collection, because what it does is if you're doing like a seed of nutmeg, or you're just wanting a little bit of Parmesan cheese, or you're just doing a little bit of lemon zest or lime zest, you don't have to get that big one all dirty. And all of the stuff is contained in a much smaller area. And you just need a finger on the inside of this little 1-inch by 1-inch thing. It's so handy to use. So thank you for recognizing a lot of the things that are in there. We tried to be very thoughtful about what we included.
Okay, is any other questions, suggestions? What else you want to talk about, Deborah? What do you have in your mind?
My marriage.
I cannot help you there.
Yeah, there's no tool in the blind kitchen for that, trust me. Although I've got to say, the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. And maybe it does help marriages. Who knows?
It does.
So trying to think what else I wanted to talk. Have I told? Go ahead, Edgar.
So maybe talk about other tools that you have. The ones. What are your favorites besides the one we're going to talk today? Just like a brief, of each one of them.
Sure. I have got this tool that I found. So I'm from Indiana. We talked about that earlier, and shucking corn, and my mom was a freezer. Some people can it. My mom froze corn. And so we as kids spent many, many hours getting corn off the cob, and mom would go after with like a electric knife, and she'd get halfway through the inexact. So when I found the corn cob cleaner, it's amazing. It's a tool that's a tube, and it's completely safe. So it's shaped like a tube that you stand in front of you, kind of like a shake glass or something like that. And you have the corn on the cobs. It's all shucked and peeled, and you can have steamed it, you can have boiled it, or it can even be raw. But it's easier if you do it right after you cook it and while it's still warm. And you take it and you put the corn in the cob down into the center of this tube. So what this tube does is it keeps any of that corn juice from spattering all over the place. And you guys know what I'm talking about. It gets all over, but that tube helps contain it. And there's little blades in the bottom of the tube. Now you can't reach them with your fingers. I think the tube is about 11 inches long. So the corn cob fits nicely in there. And then there's another piece that you put on top that has like 4 finger-like projections, and it helps hold the corn upright. So that's part of the lid. So now you've got the corn standing with its nose up in the container. And then it also has a metal tube that has like jagged teeth on the bottom. They're not razor sharp, they're jagged and they're thick, but they do the trick. And so you take that jagged tube, it fits right down into a hole in the lid that's on top of your tube now. You push it down, and because the corn cob is being held upright and centered, those teeth just cut through the teeth, and every piece of corn comes off the cob evenly. The corn cob is completely clean. And when you go to pull the corn cob out, it comes away inside of that metal tube with the teeth on it. So now you're holding the metal tube in your hand. The corn cob is inside it, and the set comes with a plunger, and you just plunge the cob out into the garbage, and then all of your corn is contained in your little tube there, and your tall tube, I should say. And you can do another ear of corn and whatever, and then all you have to do is dump it out, and all your mess is contained inside that tube. It's quick, easy, safe. It's one of those things that I absolutely love. And a lot of us, especially people that as you get older, sometimes you can develop teeth problems where eating corn on the cob is not easy. And I'm telling you, I am a brave woman and I am a confident woman, but I am not ever going to try and cut corn off of the cob with a knife. I'm just not going to do it. It's not when I've got a tool like this handy to me. So that's one of the tools that I really like.
Hey, Deborah, we have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So one is from Derek. How heavyweight is the fabric on the apron?
It's 65 cotton, 35 polyester, and I chose the apron. It's very high quality. First of all, people come in all different shapes and sizes, so I made sure it had an adjustable neck so that you could make it work with your body frame. The other thing I really liked about it is it has 3 pockets. I'm a big fan of 3 pockets, generally one for my phone. I know, shame on me, but that helps me with organization. And while we're talking about the apron, I want to mention another tool that's included in one of the collections, and it's called a towel clip. And what it is, it's a little item that's about maybe an inch long, and half of it is a stainless steel like alligator clip, you know, where you squeeze one end and the mouth opens and then you squeeze it and it closes. And the other half is just a plastic circle. So what you do is you take that plastic circle and you run your apron string up that circle. So now you've got that plastic circle with the alligator clip on your apron string, and then I secure it to make sure that that clip is going to stay right up there where the strap of the apron meets the front of it. And then my hands are free now. I just get a towel or a rag because I hate stepping on them. I hate losing them. Plus, if I'm in one part of the kitchen and my rag is all the way across the room, that's a time waster for me. So I can clip a clean towel right to that towel clip. It's now attached to my apron string. It's hanging down, and I can dry my hands at any time I want. And if that cloth should get dirty or wet, all I have to do is unclip the alligator clip, throw it in my kitchen laundry basket, grab another towel, and I've changed it out in seconds. I'm back to cooking again. This is a real nice tool, and it's a really nice one that goes with the aprons. Oh, one more thing about the aprons. This might be my favorite. Is it's got the braille cells with with TBK on them, and my apron people who made them for me actually put some kind of like a puff paint substance in the braille dots that are filled in. So you can actually it's not childlike at all. That was my fear. It's not at all childlike, but you can actually feel the contour of the braille dots because of the puff paint that they put into the stamp of the design or whatever. I thought that was very clever, their idea, but I liked it.
We have another question for Margaret. This is very interesting. Do you have these products on your website?
Yes, if you go to theblindkitchen.com, you can buy either there's 4 collections, and you can buy those all at one time, and you get a discount if you buy them all at one time, or you can buy any of the collections separately. And if you want to, I can go more into what the collections are. Also, not all of there are 62 items dispersed into those collections, and not all of them are for sale in the Blind Kitchen store, but there are about 20 items that are contained in the collections that you can purchase separately. And the butter slicer is included in that, as is the apron. Did that answer your question? I wanted to add one more thing while we're talking about where you can get the items. So go to theblindkitchen.com, go to the store, and you'll be able to see them. You'll be able to watch videos, read about them if you want more information. But today, for the Blind Expo attendees, we're having an additional 10% discount if you purchase before midnight tonight on any or all of the collections, an additional 10% off. And then also with any other item that you purchase, any other order that comes through before midnight tonight, we're going to include a free cut glove as a free gift to thank you for your purchase and for your support of the Blind Kitchen as we are just starting to make ourselves known. So we appreciate you.
Okay, I think we're close to the end of the hour. You want to introduce the TGW?
Sure. So just last week, a local TV station featured the Blind Kitchen in a segment. And I need to throw something out there. If you see a video in the Blind Kitchen that we've made, Edgar's the master videographer that did all of the magic there. They are carefully audio described. When I am not talking and teaching and explaining, you are not going to end up with a bunch of silence. I hate silent movies. They just don't give you anything. So we've hired a professional voice to audio describe what's going on when there is no other instruction going on. The video you're about to see was not made by the Blind Kitchen, so it is not audio described. I wish it was, but it's still, we thought it was a very nice capture of the spirit and mission of the Blind Kitchen. So we wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, just let me answer just a little question here.
Okay.
Just hold on a second. Oh, you can. Okay. Somebody has an issue. Just get into the website, but I'll talk to him and individually. So.
Thank you. I'm a really good cook, but I'm not really good at technology.
Okay, so we're gonna just share the. Hold on a second. Let me just respond to him.
Okay. And thank you, Edgar.
No problem.
Alt audio now unmuted. Alt Q, leave meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna just share the video now.
Okay.
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen,
it takes a lot of concentration,
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a 1/4 cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a 1/3. And I'm going to make sure that I absolutely submerge this 1/2 cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Whoever baked that pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
All right, we're back. There you go. If anyone has any questions, comments.
So Chef Deborah, my name is Joette. I work for a vision rehab organization in Rochester, New York. And I teach a lot of classes. 3 of them in the summertime are to young people. And what you just said in your video clip is what I'm trying to constantly say to them, is that you may not be able to see everything that you have in your environment. You may not know how you're going to do something, but if you get a little creative and you put your mind to it, you can find a way to do what you want to do. I always tell them that what's stopping you is the size of your butt, and I don't mean rear end.
I love what you're saying, and you're catching them at such an important time in their lives before they lose all hope. I love that you're intercepting them right now. And the other thing I say with that is, like, you know, I probably can't learn to drive a truck, although maybe there'll be self-driving trucks coming up here pretty soon, or fly a plane. So it has to be something within reason, but cooking's within reason.
Absolutely.
I mean, we have people that learn wood shop, that build tables, that use saws, and I'd be terrified to go in there, but I know if it was important to me, that I would be able to go in there and that instructor would teach me, and I would learn. I'd be able to do it safely and confidently. So I love the message you're sending them, and I wholeheartedly believe in it. So thank you for the work you do.
And that makes me question, when you were beginning to go blind, did your mother or circle of support, did they understand? Did they have some understanding of blindness, or was this new to them
I
too?
appreciate the question. So I am one of 12 children from the same parents, and 3 of us have retinitis pigmentosa and absolutely no family history of blindness on either side. It was a recessive gene that got together. So we were completely, had no idea. And I'm the 4th oldest and the first one diagnosed. And I wasn't diagnosed till I was 28. When I was 17, we went back through my records once I was diagnosed, and my parents would take like 6 of us to the eye doctor and we'd all do it. It was an event. And there was a note, he would write one report for the whole family, and it said, Deborah is showing signs of decreased peripheral vision and should see an ophthalmologist, but that fell completely through the cracks. And so we didn't, so my mom, none of us knew. And that, you know, you look back and you say, wow, how I knew I couldn't see in the dark, but how much can you see in the dark when I'm in the dark with you? How do I know?
Yeah, sure.
And peripheral vision, they don't test for it at the DMV. I drove. I should not have been driving at all, but I didn't have a clue. How much peripheral vision does anybody else have? I don't know. So no, so yeah, exactly. So we're watching the nieces and nephews and grandchildren and stuff, and it appears that it may be although we've passed on the recessive gene, and my siblings could have as well, that hopefully that my brothers and I are, we call us the 3 blind mice, are gonna be, maybe it'll stop with us, and maybe not. If it doesn't, it's not the worst thing.
No, it isn't.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for asking. But no, there was no adolescent intervention because we didn't know.
Fascinating.
All right, we're at the top of the hour, Deborah, so we'll start over again. Welcome in the Blind Kitchen.
Okay, and this hour we are doing the food core.
The food core, yep.
All right. Hello, and welcome to the session being presented by the Blind Kitchen. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen, and I want to thank you for coming to our session. I'm very excited about the information that I want to share with you, but I need to take care of a few housekeeping issues. First of all, I want to introduce Edgar Garcia Chavez. He has agreed to monitor this meeting, and he's also the person who is responsible for making the videos that you'll see. He's a really good guy, and for 2 reasons, I'll tell you what those are. Number 1 is he is going to make sure that this session is recorded so that if you want to get a copy of this video later, you can request it from us, but we're also providing a copy to the Blind Health Expo organizers, so you could also ask them for it as well. The second thing he's doing that is really very nice is that he is actually making sure that the transcription or the auto captioning is happening so that people who happen to be deaf and blind can access the same information. They're Braille readers. So thanks for doing that, Edgar. But he's also a bad guy. And let me tell you but it's not his fault. One thing is we've all been in chaotic Zoom meetings, and we strategize as to how not for this to be one. So what he's doing is muting each one of you as you enter the room. So don't take it personally. You're in very good company. There will be time for question and answers. And when that happens, if you raise your hand, that's an option in the Zoom app. You can raise your hand. And then when the time comes, he'll call your name. But there's a second option that might be even better, and that is there is a chat box option, and that will be preserved with the recording. So if you raise your hand and your name is Anthony, I won't, and the meeting ends, I won't have any idea why you raised your hand or how to contact you. So it might be better if you want to make sure that your comment or question gets addressed and there's not enough time in the meeting, I'm going to go through all of that chat history and make sure that after the expo ends, I will get in touch with people that request it. So that being said, the other thing Edgar does is he's the timekeeper. So he's keeping us on time and straight so we can keep our agreements with the planners of this wonderful expo and to keep our agreements with you, because there are other really good sessions out there as well. So that being said, the way the session today is designed, the presentation is that, first of all, we're only been in business for 6 weeks. We're brand new. So we're going to show you a video that describes kind of what the Blind Kitchen does, what the concept is, and how it works. And then after that, we will open up the floor for questions if it raises any questions or concerns or sparks some ideas. Then after we're finished with that, then the Blind Kitchen features adaptive culinary tools for people with vision loss. So we're going to feature one of those tools in this episode, or I mean, in this session, it's going to be the food core, and we'll show you a video that tells what it is, why it's blind friendly, how to use and care for it. So after that, we'll open up the floor to questions again. It may spark other ideas. And then once we feel like if we still have time and we feel like all the questions have been resolved and the comments, then we'll show an outgoing video that a local TV station did a segment on the Blind Kitchen, and it's only about 2 minutes long, but I will definitely, will share that with you, and I look forward to hearing your reactions to it. So with no further ado, Edgar?
Okay, I'm gonna share the screen now.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades and hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you. You're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
And we're back. So if you have any questions and comments, just please raise your hand and I'll unmute, or you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. So why don't you talk about a little bit about the Blind Kitchen, Deborah? We had the food corner, Comer. And if anyone has any questions, just let us know. You can use the chat or raise your hand. You talk about the special today.
So I wanted to mention something that wasn't mentioned in the video. There are a total of 62 adaptive culinary tools dispersed among the 4 collections, and some of them are available individually of the tools in the Blind Kitchen store, and you need to go to www.theblindkitchen.com. And if you go there, not only will you get information and pricing on each of the collections or the items, there will also be a video that it teaches you for every single item. We're not quite finished, but we're close. Will be a video that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, what it does, and how to use and care for it. Each item that comes from the Blind Kitchen is going to be put in its own resealable bag, and that bag is going to be labeled in both large print and braille with the name of what the item is. So the item we're going to be doing in this session, we're going to be focusing on is the food core. And so that way, if you get this and it says food core and you're like, what the heck am I going to do with that thing? It looks like a bicycle wheel. You can just go to the Blind Kitchen, find the food core, and then watch the video or read the information. And the video will tell you all about it. And the videos are all very carefully audio described. So when I'm not teaching or talking, we've hired a professional voice, and he's got a lovely voice, and he describes what is on the screen for those of us that can't see it. So while I'm on the store, I just wanted to let you know there's a special today. If you buy any or all of the collections, there will be an additional 10% discount off of the full price if you purchase it in the store before midnight tonight, Pacific time. Also, with every order that's placed in the Blind Kitchen, whether it's a collection or an item, we're going to include a free cut glove as a gift. So if you don't know what a cut glove is, are there any questions, Edgar, yet?
No questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can.
So if you don't know what a cut glove is what's that?
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so a cut glove is a very flexible fabric made of a very flexible fabric called polyurethane, and it's very strong. And what the cut glove does is it virtually, you cannot cut your skin through this. In one of the videos that you'll see on the website called the cut glove, take a look at it, because in that video, I took a cucumber, a miniature cucumber, which is pretty fragile, pretty delicate. It's not like a sweet potato or something that's really hard. And I put it into the thumb of the cut glove. And then I took my chef's knife, which is quite sharp, and I cut back and forth 5 or 6 times. And then I showed you, I stretched the fabric, I examined it. There was no holes in it. And even more importantly was that the cucumber that was in there that I had been slicing back and forth on, it was not at all disturbed, not a piece of it. So that's important, because normally that would have been my thumb in there. And if it had endured a blade going across it. But mostly what the glove does is it gives you an extra layer of protection. You're going to get an extra second to know if the blade would have touched your skin, and you're just going to stop cutting and reposition your knife. So these are really, really good tools to have, and they can be washed in the dishwasher, they can be washed by hand at the sink, or they can be thrown into the washer and dryer.
Hey, Deborah, we have a question.
So these are really good products. And I'll tell you another thing. Okay, good.
Benjamin is asking, do you ship to Canada?
Okay, shipping to Canada is a little bit trickier. And the reason is because this is a product specifically meant for the blind and visually impaired. We can offer free shipping here because of the federal law, as long as it's labeled correctly. And since mine's all done in large print and braille, I meet all the specifications. If we were to ship to Canada, it would require a little bit of research. I know there's customs we'd have to go through, but I would have to tack on the shipping costs, the actual shipping costs. But I would absolutely love to share this internationally. But unfortunately, there would be an added shipping cost that I can't extend to Canadians, but I would to your prime minister.
Is there any other questions? Anyone has any suggestions? Why don't you talk, Deborah? Why don't you talk about other tools that we have?
Oh, I can, sure. But I just want to give you one more thing about this cut glove. So included in the collections are a heat glove that is a thick glove that helps protect your hands from heat. And this one is not meant to do that, but it does. So the other reason I use this cut glove is when I'm cooking with hot foods. And Thanksgiving was just over. A lot of us made turkeys, and poultry has to be cooked to a minimum internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit to be considered safe to consume. So we have a talking thermometer as part of our collection, and that's a instant read probe style thermometer that you can put into the turkey or chicken to find out if it's safe to eat. Now, a lot of people do have some vision, and they tend to try and get really close to their thermometers to read the digital display or whatever. And that's both gross and dangerous for a couple of reasons. One, if your eye is that close to a probe that's in a turkey, there's a chance you could get spattered, and that's not safe for your face to be that close to that hot of food. The other reason is if I close not have good, and a loud, clear voice will tell you what the temperature is, and you can toggle between Fahrenheit and Celsius. So back to the cut gloves. So let's say I've got to check the internal temperature of that turkey. I know that I have to find the thickest part of the breast, and I also need to make sure that I temp it as close to a bone as possible to get an accurate reading of the true internal temperature of that bird. So if I were to try and touch that bird with my left hand to determine where that thickest part is, I couldn't keep it on there for more than a steer out where that is. But if I slip on one of these cut gloves, it's not meant to protect me from the heat, but it will. It'll give me an extra layer of protection more than just my skin. And that way I can touch the turkey. Now I know where the thickest part is. Now I can stick that thermometer in and I know I'm in the right place and check the temperature. So let's say the temperature it's only at 155. So that's not safe to eat. And now I've touched that turkey with this glove. So this has got to be taken out so we don't get cross-contamination. So what I'm going to do at that point, I'm going to take the glove off. I'm going to put it in my kitchen laundry basket. I have a small one that I keep my kitchen laundry separate from my personal laundry. There's enough of it to make that happen. And then I'm just going to reach up and grab another cut glove. I have about 6 of them. You'll notice with this cut glove, this one's from my home because that's where I'm working from today. And I've put a key ring on it. And I have about 6 of these hanging from a magnetic hook on my refrigerator. So it just takes me a second to reach up and grab it. And now when I go to temp the turkey, let's say in another 20 minutes, bring it back out. I've got a clean, fresh glove that has not been at room temperature growing bacteria. And it just makes for real handy. And as a blind cook, the blinder I got, the more slow I've gotten with cooking. I'm speeding up as time goes on. It's always a learning process. But if there's anything in my arsenal that I can do to make my cooking a little quicker, a little more accurate, a little more efficient, I am definitely going to do that. Excuse me. I hope you didn't hear that.
Do you need water or anything?
Yeah, actually I do. Thank you. Did I mute Edgar?
You mute, yeah. You did a good job. We can play so I'm gonna play the video.
It wasn't pretty.
Deborah, I'm gonna play the video and if you want to take a break,
Okay.
It will be like 5 minutes. So we're gonna do you want to introduce the food coder?
Yeah, let's do that. I like that tool very much.
Okay. So I'm just gonna share the video now.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the food core.
Deborah is wearing apple slice earrings. She is wearing a white chef coat, a forest green apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
The food core is made of heavy-duty stainless steel, and it's round in the middle and sort of resembles a bicycle wheel with spokes. There's also a handle on either side. The purpose of the food core is to fabricate the food into similar size, shapes, and pieces of food. Now I have in front of me a red apple. If I was making apple pie, I would peel this apple first, but I'm not. I'm wanting just to cut apple wedges, so I'm going to leave the skin on so I get as much nutrients as I can. Then I'm going to take the food core The handles are facing up in the air, and I'm going to center it on top of this round apple. The hole in the center of the apple corer needs to be centering itself around the stem of the apple. I'm also checking the bottom of the apple so that I know if I push straight down, the chances of me encapsulating that core are going to be better. Now I'm putting the food corer on top of the apple, and I'm using my fingers underneath the blade portion to center the apple. But before I start and put pressure on the handles, I want to tuck my fingers safely around the handles so they don't come in contact with the blades as I'm pushing down. The blades aren't super sharp, not like a knife or a razor blade, but they are sharp enough to pierce the skin of the apple and to go all the way through it without using a sawing motion. So I've placed the food corer on top of the apple. I'm checking to make sure the stem is centered in the very center hole of the corer, and now I'm going to start to push down on it. My fingers are touching the apple, and I'm just rocking it a little bit just to get it started. Then, because these blades are sharp enough to cut my skin, I am going to make sure they are tucked safely around the handles and away from being underneath the blades. Then I'm going to be careful to put equal pressure on both sides of the food corer so that the blades go straight down to my working surface and through the apple. If one side starts to get lower than the other side, I need to stop pushing and even them out, because otherwise it'll cause the food corer to angle and you're going to end up with core in your wedges. So I'm pushing straight down with firm pressure. I felt it hit the bottom. Now I'm going to feel for the core, and I'm going to peel it straight up so that I know the other wedges can't be attached to it because it's up here at the top to the left. Now, the food corer is not perfect. Because I can't see if any core or seeds may have got stuck to the apples, I need to remove the apples from the corer. The blade side is down on the table, and I'm just pulling them out. So in case they're a little bit stuck still to each other, the apple corer is cutting them out. I'm not tearing them. So looks like I've got them all out now, and I'm going to check my work. So I'm going to grab a wedge, and I'm running my finger down the thinner side of the core. And I can feel a little bit of the core did come away with this one. So I'm going to put this wedge to the bottom right of my tray so that I can go back later with a paring knife and clean that off. This one came out perfect, so I'm going to put it in a different pile. Let me take the next one. That one could use a little cleaning, so it's going to the bottom right. This one's perfect. I'm going to put it on the top left, and I'm going to continue to do this with the other apple slices so that I can make sure I get the ones that need to be cleaned and trim those up. To care for your food corer, you know now that it's made of high quality stainless steel, so it is dishwasher safe, or if you prefer, you can hand wash and dry it. The only thing I really want to call your attention to is that the blades are deceptively sharp. So when you go to store it, if you store it in a drawer or a cabinet or a container, you'll want to make sure that the blade sides are down so that when you do go to look for it the next time you feel the urge for apple pie, you'll touch it with your fingers first and know that the blades are not in play as they're setting safely downward. Thank you for being a member of the Blind Kitchen community. I hope you enjoy your food corer, and happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears.
All right, we're back. If you have any questions, please raise your hands in the chat, or you can put your questions in the chat. No questions. I think you're mute, Deborah, or I cannot hear you, Deborah. Oh, you don't have your headphones on.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay, I was muted. I wanted to tell you guys something more about this food core that I discovered. It can be used for anything that has a core in it, like a pear or an apple. But the other thing it can be used for, and one of my students taught me this, is for potatoes. So having things consistent thicknesses and sizes is important for consistent cooking times. And because if you have some huge chunk of potato in the oven at the same time as a little chunk, either you're going to come out with a burnt little chunk or a partially raw big chunk. So you want to make sure, and this is, it does it just like an apple. It breaks it into equal wedges, which are very nice for JoJo's and things like that. But what it also produces is a perfect tube of potato. So it's probably, it depends on how tall your potato is, but about 2 inches long and probably about 3/4 around. It's a perfect dowel of potato, and you can cook that in all kinds of different ways. But people are going to be like, "How did you do that?" And you can tell them you fabricated it yourself, and they'll think you were sitting there carving with a paring knife. But it's a really cool thing, and it makes for a quick and very elegant presentation. But then you got to use up all those other potatoes. But the tubes are fun.
Okay, so we don't have any questions. You want to talk about other tools, or what do you think, Deborah?
Sure. So another thing there are all of these tools available in the blindkitchen.com, and that is our bread and butter. That's how we stay afloat. But the Blind Kitchen, if the tools are the bread and butter of it, the Blind Kitchen library is the heart of the library. When I was off work and trying to figure out how I could teach cooking remotely during COVID, I was scouring all over the place, reading every article I could, watching every video I could, listening to any podcast. Really good information out there. The information and tools that you see in the Blind Kitchen were not my ideas most of the time. I mean, there are some that are definitely very unique to me, but a lot of them were nuggets and jewels of information that were already available out there. But I had to really look for it, and often I was surprised when I did see it. So it became clear to me that for the blind and visually impaired people who like to cook, there is no one place that you can go to find the information you might be looking for in an organized way. And so the Blind Kitchen Library actually has 11 categories of activities related to cooking, all of which have a connection to vision loss. So we all know that cooking doesn't start and end in the kitchen. You have to have a recipe, you have to get your groceries, you have to be able to find your tools and utensils. You have to be able to locate and identify, know how to control your oven or your stovetop or your microwave. And so in the Blind Kitchen Library, I have gathered all kinds of information, and I add to it all the time on activities. One category is cleaning. That's an important aspect of cooking, and how to do that with vision loss. There are tips and techniques that can be helpful. Another one is read, or how am I going to be able to read and follow recipe? There are ways, pieces of equipment that can help make that possible for you. That don't involve large print or braille. Even those are very fine ways to access the information as well. shopping becomes challenging. If I can't see what I'm looking for, how the heck can I find it? There are tips and tricks on that. And also on currency. When I go shopping, how do I know which credit card I'm using to pay for my groceries? Or if I go out, another category is dining out. When I go dining out, how am I going to be able to sign my bill? How am I going to be able to read the menu? The lights are dim, the font's too small, there's not enough contrast. There are tips and techniques to be able to do this in a very graceful manner. There are categories there's a category called organizing your kitchen and pantry that gives you ways to organize your environment so that it's very efficient and easy for you to be able to find what you need when you need it. There are categories on identifying items in closed containers. Things like if I'm holding 2 cans of soup, my right hand is cream of mushroom soup and my left hand is cream of chicken, but how am I going to know in a month which was which? I could probably memorize where I put them on the counter, but I live with someone with vision here. Things get moved around. I'd like to have a better way of doing that. And so one way to do that is just to take a simple rubber band. I'm going to put the rubber band around that cream of mushroom soup. And if I only am debating between these 2 cans, I've assigned meaning to the one with the rubber band. So if I need the cream of mushroom soup, I'm going to grab that one. If I need the cream of chicken soup, I'll grab the other. And so another tip that you'll find in the Blind Kitchen that's not related to anything that's for sale or any particular piece of equipment is the using a lazy Susan. When I am it never fails. When I go to reach for something in my cupboard or my cabinet, it's going to be in the back. I don't care if it was the last thing I used. It's going to be in the most inconvenient place for me to be able to use it. That's Murphy's Law, it feels like. So
No, sorry, go ahead, continue.
Okay, so let's say I have that cream of mushroom soup and that cream of chicken soup. What I'm going to do, or how I organize my pantry, is I have small lazy Susans. And your mother probably had one, your grandmother had one. They certainly have them in restaurants. But what they are is basically a rotating platform. So when I put my items on that, things that are related probably for me for making casseroles or things like that, I am going to put them on that lazy Susan. So if that cream of mushroom soup does happen to be in the back of the cupboard, I don't have to reach over the other cans and knock them down, putting it in or pulling it out. All I have to do is use a fingertip to turn the lazy Susan. So now what was in the back is now in the front. That can is right in front of me, easy to detect that rubber band, and I'm good to go. So this is the other kind of information that you'll be able to find in the Blind Kitchen Library. And all of that is free to the public. The entire website is free to the public, that you're able to go and look and learn and watch videos. So definitely go ahead and explore the Blind Kitchen Library. I think you'll like what you find there.
Well, what other tools are your favorites?
Well, I like the auto or the wet measure cups and spoons. That's a system that the Blind Kitchen, we didn't develop it, but we perfected it. A way to accurately, competently, and measure wet ingredients, whether it's a cup of milk or a 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla. You're able to know with confidence that you have got that. It basically, the cups and spoons are shaped like ladles. So and they come with a pitcher and they come with a funnel, so that if there is any of the liquid that gets outside of the spoon, it gets captured in this little spouted pitcher that comes with the system. And then after you pour your let's say 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla into your target dish, you have the overflow of that nicely contained inside the spouted pitcher. And so then what all you do is you take the funnel that comes with the system, you put the very funnel, it fits very nicely into a vanilla or almond extract bottle. And then you use the little spotted pitcher to channel all the extra vanilla that was spilled out into that little dish. And you now know for sure you have an accurate and measurement with no waste. I like the butter slicer. It is a rectangular tool that has wires running across it that pre-fabricates the butter using only one swipe into portions that are of equal size, and they look attractive. So if you want to put them on a dinner plate for a guest or something, and I just do a pound of butter up in advance. So there's no more me going to the door of the refrigerator, grabbing the butter, opening it, cutting the amount I need off, hoping I get it right because I can't see the markings on the label anymore. All I do is pull out that box and it's already in a pre-measured accurate portion, and that saves me so much time. But there are a total of 62 items. So there's a lot of videos to watch. We're not quite finished filming yet, but we're getting close. So, but I'd encourage you to go and watch the films. They're really, they're short, but they're quite informative, and you may learn something and say, wow, I wish I'd thought of that. And maybe I did, and maybe I didn't. Somebody did. And I love sharing the ideas. And speaking of that, the Blind Kitchen, we're constantly adding to the Blind Kitchen library. There's no one way to do anything. It's the one way that works for you is the best way. And so choices are always good. So if you have any ideas, suggestions, information, or challenges that you would like solve, say, this is really hard for me. I cook on a glass top stove and I really don't know how it is centered, how to know if it's centered on top. You know, I stirred it, the pot moved a little bit. How do I get back on track? The pot's hot, the burner's hot. I can't go back to scratch where I started cold. And there are definitely techniques and ways to do that. So if you have any challenges, let us know. Maybe we figured it out. And if we haven't, we're going to do our best to.
Okay, if anyone has any questions or comments, please raise your hands, or you can type on the chat.
Do any of you teach cooking to people with vision loss?
Okay.
Oh, apparently not. I always go ahead.
Yeah, so I was thinking we can play the KGW, or do you want to wait a little longer? It's like
I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay to play it. And we can just stay around if people have any questions, or they can wander. So the last video that we're going to show you, I have to put out a caveat. It was done by a local TV station just last week, and it was a very nice nod to the Blind Kitchen. It's only about 2 minutes long. But one thing I do have to say is you've seen 2 videos already of the Blind Kitchen where it's very carefully audio described. And just one note about the earrings. You heard him describe I was wearing apple slices with when I was coring the apple and stuff like that. With every video, at least we only got through with the last videos, there is a theme video that's connected somehow with the adaptive tool I'm teaching about. So it's actually kind of fun. I've got green bean earrings, and I've got knife earrings, and I've got broom earrings. So it's actually a bit of fun. And if you're wondering what earrings I'm wearing today, I've got little miniature white chef hats. Those are my earrings today. So when you hear the earrings described, you'll know it's part of what we do to kind of help make connections with other people that can't see. Because if I know what you look like, if I know how tall you are, I'm not going to give you my age or my weight, but telling you what clothing I'm wearing, telling you what color my earrings are, that's going to bring you a little bit closer and make you feel like you're a little more part of the action. It really works for me. So The video that you are about to see was not made by the Blind Kitchen, and so it is not audio described. I wish it were, but we still think it's a very nice, it caught the spirit and the mission of the Blind Kitchen in a very nice way. So again, thank you for attending. Remember, 10% off the collections up until midnight tonight, Pacific time. And with every order placed, you will automatically get a free gift of a cut glove. So, but that expires at midnight tonight. It's only for Expo attendees. So we hope you'll take advantage of that. So until next time, happy cooking.
Okay, we're gonna just walk.
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen,
it takes a lot of concentration,
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a quarter cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a third. And I'm going to make sure that I absolutely submerge this half cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You've just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Whoever baked that pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
Okay. So we have a question from Stan. Is it possible to ask questions when on the Blind Kitchen website?
Yes, it is possible. If you go to www. Or if you're interested, but if you just send an email to info@theblindkitchen.com, I will personally respond to you on that one. Also, the website address. Edgar has it typed into the chat room. So if you get a copy of this particular session, you can find that information, both the email address that will come directly to me and also the website itself. What item most interested you, Stan?
First of all, you're a trooper. I know how hard it is to do this just for an hour. You've done it all day. Wow. That's all I got to say. Wow.
Oh, thank you.
So that's number one. Number two, this is a real breath of fresh air. I just really like your approach, and I bought my liquid measuring spoons and everything, so I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, I just think if I get on your site and explore more and see something in the library or whatever, and if I have a question or whatever, I just wanted to be able to get in touch. That was the main thing I was considering, because obviously I haven't watched all the videos yet and what have you. So, but like I said, wow, just an amazing day. I'm so glad I found you through the Accessible Pharmacy.
What a great organization they are
Expo
too.
today.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to, in a sense, cooking with you in the future.
You know, Stan, it's funny you mentioned that, because that's one of the other future goals. So I've got two goals that are a little harder to put together. And this has been a real project, obviously, a lot of moving parts. But one of them is to do cook-alongs with people, like where I send like a week in advance, a recipe and the ingredients and what equipment you'll need. And then somehow, maybe Edgar could do it for us, we'd all cook at the same time. It's kind of like we're meeting right now, like in a Zoom room or something, and we'd all go through it at the same time. I did that with my sons, one's in California, one's in Texas during COVID, and we met, I think, like 30 times, and it was just so nice to cook together, and they were able to do a cook along. So I'm not sure that's so far would be to actually somehow put together cooking lessons for new cooks. Right now, I'm geared more towards people that knew how to cook before, but didn't know how to get back into the kitchen after vision loss. And so, but my videos, as you could see, they're not geared towards people who don't know how to cook. There's some assumptions that you already know what you're doing in these. So those are the two ways. But the cook-alongs, I really want to build some community around this. I really do.
I think that's cool. We'll see what happens, but I'm really glad to see you're here, and I wish you every success.
Thank you, Stan, for your support. I really appreciate it.
Hi, this is Naz. I just joined. I just heard cook-alongs, and that sounds really interesting. N-A-Z.
So what's your name again? And Naz. Okay. So Naz, the reason you did come in late. So the Blind Kitchen right now, are you going to stay for the next session?
I'm here for now. Yeah, I'll be here I have like a few minutes.
Oh, okay. So the Blind Kitchen, what we do is provide adaptive culinary tools to people with vision loss. We actually ship them to their door, and there's 4 different collections and stuff like that. But Stan was asking more about, he's like, maybe we'll cook together someday or whatever. And that's when I was talking about cook along, that's the next place I want the Blind Kitchen to go, where we do get a chance to cook all at the same time, the same dish, but in our own kitchens.
Cool.
Yeah. Where are you?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask, where are you located at?
In South Texas.
South Texas. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I'm looking at the list on your website, or not your website, but your booth on the Accessible Pharmacy. And it says here that you like something I struggle with is Tupperware organization. I saw that
Oh,
there's something on here about kitchen organization.
and
Let me
there's
see if I can find it now.
well,
Organizing the kitchen and pantry. Yeah.
Yep. That's a huge one. I struggled with that when I had normal vision, just for the record. And it got even worse without it. So there's more than one answer, and I'd love to hear what you're doing. But what I have found works for me is I have 3 different sizes of containers, and they each have their own size of lid. It's Rubbermaid. It's just the regular stuff. And I put them in the cabinet with the lid on it. I don't put the lid separate from the container. So my larger ones are going to be to the left of the shelf. And does it take more room? Yeah. But I really don't need 6 of the ones that came with the set. All I need is probably have 2 big ones, 4 mediums, and then I've got room for like 8 small ones. So when I reach into that cupboard and grab the size I want, the lid comes with it.
Okay.
So
That's cool. That's like the struggle, like among my blind and sighted family members. Like, it's just like, where are the lids? Where's the Tupperware? And it's like, you open the cabinet door and there's like this Tupperware avalanche.
That's,
like,
oh my gosh. Yep. Yeah. Keep the lid with it. Then they're never separated again.
okay.
Yeah. That took me a while to figure out.
That's it's a secret. That maybe that's the key for my Tupperware problems.
Here's another secret that in terms of sealing containers, to put food away or store or whatever. There are things called covers, and they look like shower caps you get at a hotel. And they're elasticized and they're meant for food, and you just slip it over the top of a
that's
bowl.
so cool.
Or it is, I hate saran wrap.
Are they reusable?
And those, they can be. It kind of depends on what you have in it. Yeah, I try to reuse them. So you can, wash it and turn it inside out and let it dry. But sometimes it's just too disgusting and you got to get rid of it. It's not worth watching, but they don't cost that much. And it's a real good solution to, just real quickly getting a top on something.
Oh, cool. These are so neat. I need to.
So do you have a blind tip you could share with me, so that what works for you that I might be able to share with other people?
I don't really have anything like that you probably have never heard of. I like bump dots. Like, I have bump dots on my toaster oven. I should put them on. We just got a new microwave. I should put them on my new microwave. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I just reorganized my my like cooking utensils drawer because it was just like mayhem in there. Like, there was measuring cups and spoons. So now everything has this little like, I bought these little they're like little bin kind of things. They're really little plastic. It's like maybe 3 inches wide by like, I don't know, 12 inches long. They're like little kind of boxes, and I have 3 of them, and then I have them separate so that I get 6 sections. So it's like I get the 3 bins, but I also get the space in between the bins.
Smart.
So that's what, and then I tried to do pots and pans, like organize them, but it's kind of devolving now. I need to go back and review the situation in that cupboard. But I got like an accordion thing. It's like an accordion style, and it has like little pegs that stick up.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It can expand or contract.
Yeah, exactly. So I use that for some of the lids for pots and pans. It takes up like less space.
Oh, that's smart.
And then I put the small ones on there. And then the big ones are like kind of stacked, sitting like face down on the cabinet.
Okay.
And then and then just like designated drawers for things. But the Tupperware is kind of we have a 12-month-old too, who's like in that stage. to add another like dimension on this, it's like, so now the Tupperware can't be down, it has to be up, otherwise she'll get into it and like just all over the floor and you have to wash it again.
My sister did daycare for a while, and she actually had a drawer with Tupperware that was meant just for the kids. And they could go in there, take it out, throw it around, and she'd just throw it back in. She didn't use it again, but she actually had a Tupperware drawer for her young kids that she was caring for.
That's a good idea. I think I like that idea because it's like nice for her to have something to explore. So I think I'm gonna do, like, I'm hearing this and now I'm like, oh, maybe we should do the Rubbermaid thing for the ones that we want to keep clean. We can close the Rubbermaid and then keep them, and then we can leave the ones out of the Rubbermaid that she can access like easily.
That sounds perfect. And you know what you're also doing is planting a seed in her that cooking is fun.
Yeah.
Getting her involved early.
Aww.
So Deborah, so we're at the top of the hour, so let's do the introduction again. So welcome to Blind Kitchen. So we're gonna play a video as well, and just go ahead.
And this is the mini box grater?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, hello and welcome to the session being presented by the Blind Kitchen. We appreciate your time and are glad you're here. I'm Deborah Erickson. I'm the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen. And I'm going to explain to you how this last hour is going to go. But first, I want to take care of a couple of housekeeping things. I want to introduce you to Edgar Garcia Chavez. He is the monitor for this meeting, and he is also my videographer. So you'll be able to see the quality of his work during this session. He's a real good guy, and I'm going to tell you two things that prove that to you. Is number one, he is going to make sure that this session is recorded so that if you want to access it later, that you can request a copy from us, or we're also going to supply a copy of the recording to the Blind Health Expo people so that you could also ask them for it. The other thing he's doing is making sure that the session is audio transcribed or closed captioning in real time. So that is for people who happen to be deaf and blind. This will give them a chance to access the information in real time using their Braille displays or their e-readers. So that's why he's a good guy. And now I'm going to tell you why he's a bad guy. He has to make sure, we've all been in Zoom meetings where it's chaotic, you know, somebody's not muted, it gets confusing. So he has muted every single person that has come into this room. So don't take it personally. You're in really good company. When the time comes, there will be several opportunities for questions and answers. So Edgar will either look to see if you've raised your hand, if you'd like to talk, and then once he recognizes you and calls your name, then you'll have to unmute yourself. He can't unmute you, but we can talk more as the time goes on. Or even better, if you can put your contact information or your question or your comment in the chat, that will remain a permanent part of the recording, whereas the raised hand and the name Andy aren't going to tell me what the nature of your question was or how to contact you if we should run out of time. So the chat box is probably your better friend. The other reason he's a bad guy is he has got to be the mean guy that monitors the time. So if the discussion gets too much, he'll have to say, sorry, you know, we have an agreement to keep, we got to stay on schedule. And trust me, from filming with him, he's very good at that. And he'll keep us on track. So the way the session is going to happen today is we're going to show you a short video at the beginning, and that's the introducing to the Blind Kitchen. It tells you kind of what the Blind Kitchen is and what we do. And know that we've only been open for 6 weeks. So if you don't know about this yet, you're in good company. We're just getting our name out there. After that video, we will open up the floor for questions. so that I'm sure it'll stimulate some thoughts, ideas. Next session, we're going to show another short video, and what the Blind Kitchen has adaptive culinary tools for cooks with vision loss. So we're going to show you one of the 62 tools that are provided in the collections for the Blind Kitchen. So you'll get an idea of what one of the tools are that you would get if you purchased a collection, and also what support you would get in terms of video support. And then we'll open it up to questions after that one finishes, and it's very short. And then for the ending of the video, we're going to show you one more short video, less than 2 minutes long. And the Blind Kitchen was actually featured on our local television show, and we thought that would be a nice video to share with you. So let's start with the video introducing the Blind Kitchen, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
Okay.
Take it away, Edgar.
Yeah, now I'm going to share now.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone gets a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen.
Deborah is wearing 3 miniature muffin pan earrings that resemble braille cells with the letters TBK. She is wearing a forest green chef coat, a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
What is the Blind Kitchen, you might ask? I'm very excited to tell you, but first let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am blind. I have retinitis pigmentosa. I was the only blind student in culinary school, and now I teach cooking to blind and visually impaired adults at the Oregon Commission for the Blind. This is my vision of pulling all that information together so that I can share it with other blind and visually impaired adults so they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable in their own kitchens. Returning to the kitchen after you lose your vision can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. The idea of handling sharp blades, hot surfaces may seem impossible, but it's possible. I'm living proof if you have the right tools, techniques, and knowledge. And that's what the Blind Kitchen provides. All of the stuff I've learned on my culinary journey, I'm sharing with you, so you can return to your kitchen to cook confidently, independently, and safely. What do you get when you become a member of the Blind Kitchen? Let me tell you, you're going to receive over 60 adaptive culinary items that will be delivered to your home so that you can use them in your own kitchen. These items have been organized into 4 different collections. You'll receive one collection of at least 15 items each month for 4 months. This will give you time to learn about each item, what it does, why is it blind friendly, and how to use and care for them. Let's talk about the collections. Each collection will come in a package that's shipped directly to your door. The first is called the Kitchen Basics Collection. It contains items related to measuring and portioning, labeling and organizing, and setting up an efficient work area. The second is called the Cutting and Chopping Collection because it contains many items related to the safe cutting of food. The third box is called the Stovetop Collection, and it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. And the fourth, you guessed it, is the Oven Collection because it contains items related to cooking methods that are commonly performed inside of an oven. Each item comes with an associated video that is carefully audio described that tells you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. Each item was chosen for its practicality. None requires any specialized information, knowledge, or training to be able to use it. Thank you for your interest in the Blind Kitchen. For many of us, providing food to friends and family is a type of love language. Vision loss should not be a barrier to you providing nutritious, delicious meals to the people you care for. Until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Okay, we're
Okay,
back.
so there was your introduction to the Blind Kitchen. Okay. Are there any questions?
No question yet, but just reminded that if you want to ask any question, just raise your hand, or so I know who. Or you can ask in the chat as well. That works as well. Okay, so we have so we have a question from Shaquita. Go ahead. You need to unmute.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Shaquita. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
I hopped on the Zoom a little later, so I got a snippet of the presentation, but how much are the kitchen aids and
Yeah,
tools?
that's a good question. So they come, there's basically 3 different ways you can get the tools. You can purchase them. So there are 62 items in 4 collections. And if you order all 4 collections at the same time, that's $749.49. If you order the different collections separately, and if you want me to, I can quickly go over what they are again, but they are range between $149.99 and $299.99. It depends on how much it costs us to put the items in there. So the other way you can buy is some of the items in the collections are available for sale individually in the Blind Kitchen itself. And I think the least expensive is $4.99. And I think the most expensive is a talking scale. And I think it's $39.99.
Okay. Oh, wow. And this is really cool. I didn't know this existed. So real quickly, would you be able to kind of give like a brief synopsis of what's in each collection? I'm sorry, y'all.
No, I think that's good. So the other thing is you are in good company. We only opened 6 weeks ago. So you are coming in on the ground floor. So there are 4 collections. The first collection is called Kitchen Basics, and it has things in it like for setting up like a safe work area, like work trays, standard cafeteria trays, amazing helps in the kitchen. I encourage you to watch that video. It contains adaptive measuring cups and spoons. Our wet measure spoon and cup system is amazing because it allows you to quickly and accurately know that you do have 1 tablespoon of vanilla or 1 cup of milk. Transfer it easily, quickly to your target bowl. And then if you have any leftovers that spilled into a little pitcher that we give you, then you use the funnel we give you and you pour it right back into the vanilla bottle and there's no waste. The other thing is the handles are marked with dots. So if it has 2 dots on the handle, you know it's a half cup or a half spoon, half teaspoon. If it has 4 dots, you know it's a quarter cup or a quarter teaspoon. So those are items. The Blind Kitchen didn't invent those, but I think we perfected them. It's a really nice system. I encourage you to look at that. So it has things to do with measuring and portioning. It's got a salt cellar in it. It's got, I'm trying to think of everything. Oh, apron, a towel clip. So it has this really unique and clever clip that allows you to have a clean cloth clip to your apron at all times. And then if that cloth should get dirty or wet, in like 3 seconds, you can just unclip it, throw it in your laundry, and then grab another clean towel. So instead of you being across the kitchen and your towel is on the other side of it, you need a rag all of a sudden, you'll always have it with you. So that's what that box is focused on, kind of a clean, safe working environment. The second one is cutting and chopping, and it has things in it like a miniature box grater. So most people know what a box grater is, and but the miniature box grater is so cute. It's only about an inch tall. It's adorable, but it serves, it's very adaptive for blind and visually impaired because of its small size. In there that I really want to was on a work experience when I learned of these. I was working in like a deli store situation, and that chain required all of their employees to wear these cut resistant gloves. So they're made of a very thin fabric, and they go on your hands. They're ambidextrous. They're the same on both sides, but it's virtually impossible to cut your finger. In the video that if you go to the Blind Kitchen website at theblindkitchen.com, you'll watch that I actually put a cucumber inside the thumb of the cut glove on that demonstration. And I used my knife and went back on it 3 or 4 times, and it did not cut the cucumber at all. The cucumber was still in perfect shape as your thumb would be if it had been in the cavity when that knife went across it. So it has, we're going to send you 2 of them, and one on the back of your, one at the sink and one at your work area. So if that knife is not in my hand, it's going to be in the working sharps basket or the dirty sharps basket. And that's, I live with a sighted man, and leaving knives or peelers or anything in the bottom of a sink is so dangerous. This resolves the problem. Everybody comes to the agreement. If it's sharp, it's going to be in one of those baskets.
Hey, Deborah, do you want to
So
just
there are that we're not going to send anything to your home. What's that?
Oh, do you want to just give a little overview of the other collections?
A little, okay.
So
sure.
the collection 2, 3, and 4, because we have another person waiting for a question.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so that was collection 2, cutting and chopping. So collection 3 is called the Stovetop collection. So it has items related to cooking methods done on top of a stove. So boiling, poaching, sauteing. That's where you're going to find tools to help you with that. And then the 4th one is the oven collection. So that has items that are related to safe and efficient cooking of things commonly done in the oven. And that would be things like broiling and roasting and baking. So that's how the collections are divided.
Okay, so we have a question from Aid from Minnesota.
Awesome. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
You're welcome.
Hello, I'm Adrian, is my full name. I have a question, 2 questions. The knives, are they created by you, or, you know, specifically that, you know, it worked for a blind person or
That
low
is a
vision?
good question. So we don't send out knives. We can reasonably expect that any cook that, or used to be a competent cook, if they've lost their vision now, has got plenty of knives in their kitchen that they like. What we do give you are like the sharps basket and this cut gloves. So now you can confidently use your own knives again. We also send you a knife sheath, different ways of storing so that your and ideas so that your sharps are stored safely. So we're providing like the support system, and there is some equipment that comes, like we've got a food core. And I'd encourage you to go to each collection. So like you're talking about the cutting and chopping collection, which is the second one, and kind of look what's in there. Some of the stuff is really unique and very helpful, and it'll fit right into your kitchen as it is now. We're not trying to be invasive. We're not trying to change the way you used to cook or the way you are comfortable cooking, but maybe we're enhancing it. Maybe we're giving you a little more able to do it. So every item that I've spoken about comes with a video that tells you what the item is, what it does, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. So even though there are 62 items, what you want to do, and it'll be labeled both in large print and braille as to what the name of that item is. So I'm just going to use the mini box grater for an example, because that's the video we're going to watch when this question session is over. And so it'll come in a bag, it'll be resealed, and you'll be able to read it. It'll say mini box grater. You're like, what the heck am I going to do it? It looks like it's some for a Barbie doll because it's so darn cute. But when you go to the video called mini box grater, it's going to give you all the information you need as to why this was included. And we felt it was important.
Okay, thank you. The second question I was just gonna ask you, I'm not good having my knives sharpened, so I have to have my husband do it. You know, we have a knife, a sharpener that you put it into the device and it goes through the.
I know what you're talking about, kind of like
Anyway,
wedges.
so do you have something there that works for a blind person? Because I'd like to be more independent.
Yeah, you know, we don't supply that, but I do own one. And if you leave your contact information and what your request is, I can let you know the model I have. And I'm not working for this company or anything like that, but I actually ordered about 8 models to find the one that would work the best. And this is the one by far that worked best.
Okay.
And I do
So I
it
leave
without
it in
vision.
chat. Do I leave it in chat and then
Yes,
somebody
please.
will pick it up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
Yeah, if you leave it in the chat, and then we're gonna put our contact information in the chat as well. It's already. I'll just put it again.
Yeah, another way to contact us if you want to is info@theblindkitchen.com. That mail will come straight to me and I will respond personally.
Is any other questions? Oh, okay. You just had the okay. Shaquita had a question as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have another question.
We're
So
glad
you
that you do.
you mentioned the awesome tools for cutting, which I didn't even know existed. So I'm super excited and intrigued about that. But my question is, do you have any recommendations for like pots or like cooking, pans that we use? Do y'all provide those, or do you provide additional aids to help assist us in what we
The
already have?
latter part of that answer is right. So we didn't want to send people stuff they probably already had, like pots and pans, that if you know how to cook, you probably have some that you like. I could recommend the ones that I like to you for sure, but what we do have and that would be in the desktop collection or the stovetop collection. We have things like pot clips, which is a stainless steel and silicone clip that just clips to the edge of your pan. It's spring loaded and it clips, and you can just run your handle through it. And so the spoon, like if you've just stirred your spaghetti sauce and you pull it up, you can just put that handle in. So whatever's left on that spoon is dripping right back into the pan. And you'll know exactly where that spoon is when you need to get it, and you're not dripping it across your counter to your spoon rest. So it's things like that. We have heat resistant gloves. We have talking thermometers that will allow you to get the temperature. Let's say you're cooking a steak on top of the stove, or maybe a chicken patty, and you want to make sure it's 165 degrees. Some people who saw vision need to get their eyes really close to a display screen or, their magnifier. And I just say, why would you do that? If you could have a tool in your hand, a talking thermometer, where you can still have good posture, you can put it into the food, wait for a second, and it'll loudly and clearly tell you what temperature at that moment that food is at. So that's the kind of things that we provide. It's all very vision loss focused. We're not, Williams and Sonoma, the cooking store. The things that we're providing you with are to help you. You should have, mixing bowls and pots and pans and stuff like that. So we don't send that. but this is other tools and equipment that will help you to use the stuff you have. So I'll just mention one more item really quick, and it's called a side strainer. And it's a little hard to describe, but basically it's shaped like a half moon, and it has 2 clips on it, and it's a little bit flexible. And you put it on your pan. Let's say I'm boiling pasta or boiling potatoes, and I want to drain it. Now, it won't do a huge amount, but it'll do enough for 2 or 4 people. And you take your pan over to the sink and you pour the water out. The water runs through the strainer that's clipped onto your pan. You're not pouring blindly into a big colander, which is how we were all taught, I'm sure. And the strainer stays stuck to the pan, and the food stays inside the pan without coming out, but the water comes out. So some really cool stuff that should work quite well with your equipment at home.
Where do I sign up?
So
I
go.
love to cook.
Okay.
So I'm super, this is really awesome. I didn't even know this existed.
I
So
am
thank you.
it just opened 6 weeks ago, so you are right on time, and in fact ahead of a lot of others. So
And,
you go
and
to
I
the
just want to say,
blind.
I just want to say, like each one of the products that Deborah is describing, it comes with a video that will show exactly how to use it. So we have another question for Nasani.
Let me finish one
Okay,
thing real
go
quick,
ahead.
one thought. So if you're thinking about purchasing, today would be a good day to do it, because we have a special going for Blind Healthcare Expo attendees. And if you buy any or all of the collections, you get an additional 10% off if you order by midnight tonight. And there are about 20 of the items. So there are 62 items between all of the collections, but about 20 of those are available in the Blind Kitchen store individually. And for every order, whether you buy a collection or whether you buy an item that's in the Blind Kitchen store, we're also going to send you a free cut glove. So a free gift for today. So, but this offer it cancels at midnight tonight. So if you're really thinking about buying, today would be a good day. Just saying.
We have another question. Does the talking thermometer work as a candy thermometer?
It can work as a candy thermometer. And in fact, there's another, so a lot of candy thermometers are, I've just got to say, a lot of candy thermometers are very heat resistant. They're usually made of metal, and they've got the big circle on top to tell you. This one is not. The talking thermometer we have has a plastic or electronics work in it. So you can't leave it in a pan for very long. In the stovetop collection, there is a thermometer clip that works with the model of probe instant read thermometer that we have, but you wouldn't be able to suspend that above a hot liquid, like hot bubbling sugar, for very long. So if you're okay with moving it in the pan and out of the pan, it'll work just fine for you.
Okay, I think it's you want to talk about the mini book creator, we can share the video as well.
Okay, so as Edgar was saying, every one of these items that I've talked to you about has or will have soon, we're finishing up doing the videos now, or will have soon a video related with it. So if you got the thermometer clip, you'll get it in its individual package, and it'll say thermometer clip, and in both large print and braille. And so what we want you to do is keep it in the package as much as you can until you have a chance to go to the Blind Kitchen website and watch the video that's called Thermometer Clip. And it's going to be short, just like the one we're going to show you right now. And it's going to tell you what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. So as you're watching, in mind that there are going to be 61 other videos that are as audio described and as clear in teaching you how to use the products. So yeah, I think we're ready to go, Edgar.
Okay, so I'm just gonna share my screen.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where vision loss is not a barrier to cooking. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the mini box grater.
Deborah is wearing mini box grater earrings. She is wearing a black chef's coat and a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
The mini box grater is exactly like its much, much bigger cousin in that it has 4 sides with varying sizes of blades on each side. But it is adaptive for many other reasons. And specifically, the box grater can be used to slice, zest, and grate. This little box grater is not only adorable, it also is quite adaptable. The reason it's adaptive is because, first of all, your fingers are really close to the action and that helps. The other reason it is so adaptive is that there's a lot less real estate to cover in 2 ways. So let's say I am zesting a lemon or a lime. If I was using the big box grater, that food comes apart in such tiny pieces and it tends to be wetter, so it sticks to the inside of it. With the bigger grater, not only am I going to have to explore a lot more of the box to find out if all the little pieces have fallen down to the bottom, they're going to fall in about a 4x6 area onto my tray or my plate or my bowl where I'm working. So I'm going to have to work harder to gather it as well. When I zest a lime on this little thing here, the food is still going to stick. It'll fall into the exact same pieces, but because it's so much smaller, it's just going to take my fingertip a whoosh to check and make sure all of that lime is out. And then when it goes to scoop it up, because the bottom diameter of the machine is so small, it's going to stay much closer in one place. So I'm going to be able to be more quick to find out how much more I need to grate or when I'm finished. If you've used a big box grater before, then you already know how to use this. All you do is put the mini box grater in front of you, flat side down. Now I have in my hand a nutmeg nut. It's about as big as a large marble, but you can hear it's very, very hard. I can't break this. So if this mini box grater blades can break this nutmeg down into little tiny pieces, you know they could do that to my fingers too. So the first thing I'm going to do is put on my cut glove, and you received a cut glove in your cutting and chopping collection where you got this grater. So now I'm picking up the nutmeg nut in my hand, that is my dominant hand, and it's holding the nutmeg, and I'm looking for the side that I want to fabricate this into the size I want, and I found it. Now I'm going to run the nutmeg down the blades of the side that I've chosen. And now I'm going to check, first of all, to make sure that it is the size that I think it is and that I want. And the other thing I'm going to look to see is how much there is here. And those are pretty nice size pieces. I like it. And the other thing I'm going to do is reach up into it, and it's just going to take me a second because this thing is so small that if anything is stuck there, I'll be able to bring it down into this little pile, which is also very small because the diameter of the mini box grater contains it. And I really think I need a little bit more. I'm needing about 1/4 teaspoon because we all know nutmeg has a strong, strong presence, and a little bit goes a long way. And that's it. I'm just going to keep grating and grating until I get the amount I want, and it's easy peasy. Caring for your mini box grater is easy. It is dishwasher safe, or if you choose to, you can hand wash and dry it. Storing it requires no real special considerations, but you saw what it could do to a nutmeg. So be very mindful when you put it away and don't press or squeeze too hard when you go to retrieve it. So I'm wishing you great grading and zesty zesting. And until next time, happy seasoning.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Okay, we're back. Can you hear, Deborah?
Are there any questions? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Does
Can you
anyone
hear
have
me?
any? Yeah, yes. Does
Yeah.
anyone have any questions? You can put it in the chat, or you can raise your hand as well. So why don't you talk about another tool, Deborah, that you like?
Oh, sure. Another tool that I like. So the what measure system, let me think. Oh, we have a tool that we call the corn cob cleaner. And what it does is it safely and quickly, I forget who was from Minnesota, Adrian, or I think it was, that I don't know, I grew up in Indiana, so there was a lot of corn shucking going on. And I would never try to cut corn off of corn on the cob with a sharp knife with my vision loss. I wasn't able to do it well when I had vision. Thank you very much. But we have this other tool that's basically, I'm going to go through it way too quickly, but you can watch the video. It's like a 11-inch tall tube, and it's designed that it can hold a shucked and desilked piece of corn upright inside the tube, and then you put a lid on it, and then it comes with a long metal tube that has jagged teeth on the bottom, kind of like a grapefruit spoon, had those jagged little teeth. So you could touch it with your finger. It's not that sharp. And then you take it and you push that through into the tube, and those teeth shuck every single kernel of corn off of the corn, every single one, every time. And then they are now captured safely in the tube. You don't have any of that, starchy liquid getting sticky, getting all over the place. And then when you pull out that metal cutting piece, the corn cob is always stuck right inside it. So all you have to do is plunge that corn cob out, throw it away, and you're ready for your next one. It happens in, I'd say, 20 seconds. You have a completely clean ear of corn in a tube. It doesn't get any better than that. So I love that tool. What are some other? Oh gosh, this one is so cool. It's called the auto pour spout. And what it is it is just a small spout, and it magically dispenses 1 tablespoon of fluid. So I have mine, I use it near my stove, and I have olive oil in mine, and I've got vegetable oil in another one. And what I do is when I need a tablespoon of oil, let's say I'm sauteing a piece of chicken or something like that, all I have to do is pick up the olive oil bottle, hold it upside down, and I hold it. It will dispense 1 tablespoon and then stop. Even though I'm still holding it upside down, it stops completely. So let's say I need 2 tablespoons of oil for that recipe. I just have to turn it upright again. I turn it upside down. I wait for a second. The cavity fills. It dispenses 1 tablespoon. I can hear it happening, and it stops. And I'm still holding it upside down. That one's a real game changer. I don't care if you have vision or not. People get excited about that one. Then we've got, I love my heat gloves. Some people you may have heard of them as Of Gloves. That's the branded name, but they're basically cotton gloves that have silicone design swirls on them, and they allow you to be able to get heavy pots, hot pans, hot pots, and because your fingers are all separated, you can really get more control of it. And also because the silicone is non-slip, you're less likely to slide around. I will not have those quilted, bulky mitts where, you know, they're basically puppets, where you've got your thumb in one cavity and your 4 fingers in the other. They just don't give you enough tactile information, and they don't have any non-skid properties. Those I think are absolutely dangerous, and where I teach, all we use are of gloves. We don't have the other ones in our kitchen. Does anybody out there have like a special challenge that maybe I could help address?
How can you tell, like, if you have like a kettle for boiling tea or water on the stove? How do you safely pour it with the spout? Do you have a tool or device that you can attach to a kettle, so to speak? I have a regular metal kettle that I sit on the stove, and I also have an electric battery operated kettle. And so sometimes I burn myself because I don't see, the water coming out. So do you have any tools or tips to help?
Yes, I do. I've got a couple of ideas. One is I am a funnel person. A funnel gives you a bigger target by its design every time. So they actually sell metal funnels and metal canning funnels. So if you were to put a funnel on top of that cup, then you're going to have a much bigger target. And you could also wear a glove while you're doing it, a heat glove, we call them, to do it. And once you got that mastered, there is another item that's in the 3rd collection, and it's called a liquid alert. And basically it's a little box. It's about the size of a 9-volt battery, okay? But it's got like little prongs that hang out of it on one side. You hang that over the side of your cup. So the plastic battery part of the mechanism is outside your cup, and those little prongs are hanging over the side. And as you add your hot liquid, whether it be using a funnel or not, but I would use a funnel if I was afraid of burning myself. As that liquid creeps up the glass, inside the cup, the level, as soon as that liquid hits the 2 tongs on the side, it'll beep. It'll go beep, beep, beep. So you'll know the liquid activates it. It kind of completes the circuit. And then as you pour more, about 1 inch from the top now, instead of 2 inches from the top, it's going to hit the shorter prong in the middle, and then it's going to go faster and louder. Beep, 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 beep. So you can know through your ears how high that level is in your cup, that liquid level is in your cup. Now, when I'm at home, if I'm pouring myself a glass of lemonade or a glass of milk or a glass of wine, I stick my index finger in my glass. You bet I do. I mean, I'm not going to go out and get this, dirty up a piece of equipment when it's only for me or my husband. But if I'm, having a dinner party or I'm in public, I don't, or if I'm pouring hot liquid, I'm not putting that index finger anywhere near. And silly nice one for you to know with confidence. Now you're getting it through your ears. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I'm guessing this is portable. So, like, if you're out at a restaurant and they have like the hot tea kettles and they bring you the kettle and the cup, you can also use it there too.
It
That's
is
really
portable.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a couple of students where I work, and one of them was a barista. And she was having a really hard time knowing how much milk to add, how much coffee to add or whatever. And they actually designed these. They changed the lengths of the prongs for her so that if she needed just 1 portion of milk, she was able to do it using that liquid level alert. They're really cool. And those are one of the few devices in the blind kitchen collections that were specifically invented for the blind and visually impaired, but they do a terrible job of marketing. I didn't know about that until I went to the Commission for the Blind.
Hey, Deborah, we have another question from Aid.
Okay.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, yeah, that corn chucker, or what do you call it? I'm, hey, what is, what is it called?
A corn cob cleaner.
Oh, cleaner, oh,
Uh-huh.
I was
You
gonna
know,
say corn chucker.
nope, you're the corn chucker.
In fact, where I live, we are the corn capital.
Oh,
of the
are
state.
you? Okay.
So the corn all around my house.
You'll love this tool. In fact,
Yeah.
we do the videos, and most of the people working on the set can see just fine. And they're like, I got to get me one of those. I need one of those.
Yeah,
It's just that
exactly.
cool. Yeah.
Now, what is that liquid measure? It takes a teaspoon at a time, and then you mentioned it takes measure the tablespoon at a time.
Yeah.
Is it something that you put into the bottle, or you put the liquid into a bottle and it's permanent?
That's a good question. So there are two different products here. One is a measuring spoon set, and it has a variety of sizes of spoons. The auto measure spout is actually a spout. It's made out of plastic, and it can fit on top of some olive oil bottles or vegetable oil bottles, but not all mouths are the same. So what I have found works every time for this is I have 2 half bottles of wine, the 375 milliliter instead of the I think it's 500 or 750 milliliter. I think that's a normal size. And so I just put it on that. And so then when I hold it up, it just stays on there. And so the other thing that's important to note is oil goes rancid when it's exposed to light and air and time. So every time when I empty that half bottle out, if I use up all the vegetable oil or use up all of the olive oil, I'm careful to wash the bottle with soapy water in the dishwasher and wash the spout too, so that it never has a chance to get rancid. And I have had mine for years. I have never had one of those fail on me or fall apart
I
or
was
break.
wondering about
And
the
I think they're
oil.
only,
You know, I thank for mentioning that about the rancid part. I kind of worry about it. You know, I take apple cider vinegar every morning, and with my juice. And what I do is I measure with the cap from the bottle.
Oh, okay.
You know, and I think the cap it seems like it's almost a teaspoon. You know,
Okay.
it's small enough, so I use my cap for that. But I was just kind of trying to think when you mentioned about the different measures, you know, the spoons and all this stuff. I'm trying to make it easier for me. I got a I think I got it from Maxi Aid. It's one of those spice
Carousels, a spice carousel.
Well,
Yeah.
one I have, every time I open it up to shake it, it comes off, and I have to have my husband put it back on again. So do you have stuff like that in your store?
Good question. So I have ordered probably 8 of those spice carousels, and I have never found one that worked well. They either get stuck or they're inconsistent. I would love that to be a product from the Blind Kitchen, but I haven't found a set that works well. So I'll tell you what I do for my spices. One of the things that comes in the first kit is a salt cellar. And it's an apothecary jar, one of those that has like a gasket around it and it closes with wire. Do you know what I'm talking about? They used to use it in old pharmacies, and they come in all different sizes and shapes. But what I love about this one is, and I'm talking for spices and stuff now, when I open it, number one, the lid stays attached to the bottle. I'm never looking for the lid. It's right there. And the lid comes all the way down and rests on the counter. I can't knock that over if I try. It's extremely stable. It's about 3 inches around and it's short. So it's going to be very stable. And that I like it for a couple of reasons. One, I can just use my fingers if I'm just spreading a little bit of salt or pepper or whatever on food, or garlic powder or onion powder, or it'll hold a teaspoon or a tablespoon. I can easily fit into the mouth of that jar, a tablespoon or a teaspoon. So that's how I do my spices. That way I never use the shaker. Never. I just can't get, every company makes them different. I just can't get all of that information.
I'm
So
finding that out too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did kosher salt on some food, and I said, oh my god,
it was
you know,
the bigger
was
chunks.
way too
Yeah.
much, you know. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
So the
Thank
salt
you.
cellars are really good. Just another real quick thing. So the other thing I really like is ground pepper, freshly ground, because it just tastes so much better. So what I do is before I start cooking is I grind a bunch of pepper. I have I call it a pepper cellar, but it's exactly like the salt cellar we sell in the store. But all I did was put a piece of a Velcro sticker on top. So pepper's prickly. That's how I know it. I can just touch the top of it, which is salt, which is pepper. And then I grind the pepper into the pepper cellar, and then I close it. So the air is, it's still being kept airtight. And then while I'm cooking, I can open it up. I can get a tablespoon. I can just grab a couple of fingers worth. I love my salt and pepper cellar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, this is Jessica. I
Hi,
typed
Jessica.
in the chat. Hi, I love this.
Oh, thank you.
My first stint at school was culinary school and wasn't meant to be a 5-star restaurant chef, but I still love cooking. And then I'm new to low vision blindness, so it's been interesting to navigate that with something I used to enjoy so much and now find frustrating. And something I alluded to in the chat is light sensitivity and reflections of things like the metals. That's something I'm still trying to not, I don't know, find a way to not be as triggered, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does make sense. And there's nothing really we can do to help with that, but there are very few people, every product in the Blind Kitchen can be accessed by the blindest of the blind people. It's every product, every video, every large print and braille, no matter where you are on the vision scale. But the idea is, as I know, as I was losing my vision, I have retinitis pigmentosa, and as I lost it gradually over time, eye strain was a big thing. And light was, I had to have every light on in the house to do the most simple things. But then you've got glare, and you've got eye strain, and you got eye fatigue. So if I could give you any advice at all, is to try and cook without using your vision at all.
Wow.
If you can master that, and I'm not saying put on a blindfold or sunglasses,
Right.
I have, even though it's very limited. We were meant to see, we were born to see, and so I naturally look at where my hands are and what I'm doing. I know that. So I would, and there are tools in the Blind Kitchen. There's a lot of other things out there that could be available to you to help make it less painful for you to cook. And one last thing, I am a much slower cook than I
Right.
used to be. And that was very frustrating in culinary school, because you know how people, it's just like the cooking shows, people are zooming around the kitchen trying to get their practical stuff done in time. For 2 minutes, chef, 2 minutes, everybody's taking off running. I'm not taking off running. I'm probably going to die in that. I can't see what's going on. So I just have learned to be very patient with myself. And, you know, it's going to take longer, but it's going to be really good. And that's one of the things the chefs would say. If you can't finish on time, finish strong. And so that's my motto. I'll never finish on time, but I will finish strong if I possibly can. So while I've got you here, you actually made me think of another thing. So the adaptive culinary tools are kind of the bread and butter of the Blind Kitchen. That's what we sell with the videos that come with it. But the heart of the Blind Kitchen is in the Blind Kitchen Library, which is also on the website. It's just probably a different page. I'm not sure what the right terminology to use, but we've got a store and we've got an About the Chef and we've got one called the library.
Hey,
And
Deborah,
in
I was
that,
gonna,
oh,
we have another, you have a couple more questions because we're almost
okay.
out of time.
Okay.
So one of them is, are all of your spices in the jars that you just mentioned it? Are all the spices in the jars that you mentioned? If so, how are you storing them?
No, good question. So the spices in the jars I just mentioned, all I have in those are salt, fresh ground black pepper, and then I've got kosher salt in a third one on the right. Most of my spices are in bottles that'll accommodate a tablespoon, whatever kind I use. I store them in a drawer system, but if you're not familiar with this, I'd invite you to look it up. We don't have anything on it in the Blind Kitchen, but it's called a pen friend. And it's a labeling system where you can put a sticker on the lid of a jar or whatever you want. And then it has this pen and you program it in your own voice to be able to program cinnamon on there. And that way, when I come back through, all I have to do is take this pen, turn it on, touch it to the top, and it'll read to me in my own voice what is inside that bottle. I don't have to open it up and smell it or guess. So the other labeling system that I would encourage you to look at is called Way Around, and they're actually at this expo today. And that is a free app you download on your phone, but you have to buy the labels from them and the tags, and you can actually program onto the tops of the lids, onto like a Way Around sticker or a tag, and you can program it using your phone that there's cinnamon in that jar. And so every time you bring your phone close to that sticker, it'll tell you what it is. So I'd encourage you to look on the Blind Kitchen website for different ways for labeling and identifying, because spices can be especially challenging with so many little bottles that are all the same size and shape.
Do we have another question? Do you have any classes for cooking tips? This is wonderful.
Not at this point in time. So no, I don't at this point in time, but if you write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com and you say, Deborah, this is my challenge. I don't know how to organize my spices. It's a mess. I have to open every bottle every time. I can write back to you with the solutions I gave you just now. I can say, try this, try this, try this, or maybe I'll just copy or attach an article that's on the Blind Kitchen website. But that is a way I could help and would love to help resolve cooking problems, because every cooking problem you or one of my students brings to me that I can't solve in that real time, that is a gift to me, because then I can go out and research it, learn it, maybe devise a creative way to approach it, and then I can share that with other people using the platform of the Blind Kitchen. That's what we're all about.
Okay, we have another question. What was the pen system called?
It's called the Pen Friend, and I think it's one word. And you can get it on Amazon. You can get it on Maxiates. And there are another product that was made for blind people. I think they're about $200 now, but I've had mine for years. I use it. So in the videos, I have earrings that go with every single thing. In the mini box grater, I was actually wearing earrings that were made of metal, and they're not the mini box graters that come in your kits. They're literally about 1/4 of an inch long, and they resemble box graters. I can't believe people make these things, but I'm glad they do. And so my earrings, I have probably over 100 pairs now for different campaigns that we're doing. And I use my Pen Friend. I have a sticker in the bottom of each section of a jewelry organizer. And all I have to do is run my Pen Friend, touch it to the thing, and I know exactly what pair of earrings is in there. So they can be used for a lot of different things.
So we have another question from Marisol. Go ahead, Marisol.
Hi. I work for Independent Living Resource Center, San Francisco. We just ordered the whole kit, but we were looking for the dustpan, the one where you put your foot to sweep the floor, but we couldn't
Oh,
find
good
how
question.
to
Okay,
purchase
you know
it.
what? I'm looking for sponsorship on that particular product, but I want people to know about it. What I'll do is if you leave your information in the chat and tell me you need that, I'll send you the link from Amazon. I think it was $9.99.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can look it up. If it's on Amazon, I can look it up
I
myself.
think it's called a step-on dustpan. I think
Step
that's
on-
the way.
Step on dustpan.
And again, not meant for blind people, but how helpful is that thing? One of my students told me about that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I can't wait till our stuff arrives.
Oh, I'm excited. We'll be sure to get it out early next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for your purchase. We appreciate it.
Thank
with
you.
the
So
support.
we have
Being
another
brand
question.
new, it means a lot to us.
Can we have another questions? Can we shop the accessories like the earrings?
Can we show them?
Shop. Can you buy
Oh,
them?
can you shop them? No, not yet. But I had a friend warn me, if you do that, I love doing that part of it. No, but I can certainly send you the links to where I got them from, mostly on eBay and Amazon. Oh, and my costume hair and makeup person, Erin, who is wonderful. If I can't find something that I'm looking for, we get it as a dollhouse accessory, and then she makes them the earrings. So in the introductory video where I've got those mini muffin tins with the 6 cavities that represent look like a Braille cell, she put those together for me so that would have the Braille letters T, B, and K for my earrings. So if you're interested, let me know and I'll guide you to the person. I'm sure they'll be very thankful.
There's another question. How do we get the 10% off today if we order something on your website?
It's if you go to the website, it's set up to expire at midnight. So it's meant mostly for attendees like you, but if somebody else gets in and they weren't an attendee and they just happen to purchase today, it's their lucky day. But every customer, every order will get 10% off for the collections only, and we'll include a cut glove. But the items sold singly are not 10% off, but you still will get a free cut glove as a gift.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have so far. Any other questions? So where are the, okay. Any, so I think it's pretty much the end of the session. We can play the KUW video.
Oh, okay. So let me tell you about this next video. And first of all, thank you for attending. You had choices of where to go, and there are so many good exhibitors out there. We appreciate that you came to our presentation. So this next video was a local TV station just last week highlighted the Blind Kitchen, and we were very grateful for that. And I have to warn you in advance, it's not as good as what Edgar does in terms of audio description and all that, because it wasn't made by the Blind Kitchen. So it's still very well done. And we think it captures the spirit and the mission of the Blind Kitchen. So I'm sorry about it not being audio described, but I still hope that you'll enjoy it anyway. And again, thank you for attending.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to share the
Fresh off that holiday weekend, you probably know safety in the kitchen is really important. Well, an Oregon City woman is making meal prep accessible and safe. John Goodwin has more on Chef Deborah and who she's helping.
Here we go.
The outside isn't much to look at. Inside, that's a different story.
This is where the magic happens.
In Oregon City, Willamette Falls Studios is a community media center where Chef Deborah Erickson is putting on a master class.
I love making chicken marsala. I like making shepherd's pie. I love making mashed potatoes. And if you want to know the secret to mashed potatoes, you just keep adding butter until you just can't stand it anymore.
Chef Deborah learned to cook with her mom. She then went to culinary school and found her love of teaching. But the sharp knives and hot surfaces of a kitchen
It takes a lot of concentration.
can make it a scary place, especially for people with vision loss.
I teach blind and visually impaired adults how to cook, and that truly is my passion.
Her mission is the Blind Kitchen, a place where everyone has a seat at the table, thanks to adaptive tools and techniques. Chef Deborah demonstrates by whipping up some whipped cream to top off this apple pie. Apps on her phone can read labeled items. The bumps on these ladle-shaped measuring cups guide you to pour just the right amount.
So this one has 2 dots on it. If it had 4 dots, I'd know it was a 1/4 cup. If it had 3 dots, I'd know it's a 1/3. And I'm going to make sure that I absolutely submerge this 1/2 cup.
Through the Blind Kitchen, Chef Deborah compiled 4 collections of tools to make kitchen tasks easier and safer for those with vision loss. At first, you might not see why this work is so special to her.
I've got very little in my left eye and just a little bit in my right eye. I see mostly clouds. Like in this room right now, I can see lights. That's really what I see.
When she was 17, signs of vision loss started to appear. A lack of peripheral vision and night vision turned to blindness.
Blindness is a spectrum. So I do refer to myself as blind, even though I can see some shapes and light and darkness. I just love these plates.
Chef Deborah hasn't let it hold her back from still dishing it out. The most important thing to her is that you don't give up just because it's difficult.
There's always a way to be able to follow your dreams and do things that you enjoy and love. You've just got to figure out how. And the Blind Kitchen was how I figured out mine. Oh, I've got such a rough job.
From where the magic happens, in Oregon City.
Whoever baked that pie is a really good cook, just saying.
John Goodwin, KGW News.
So I think this is it.
Okay.
I think it is the end of it.
Is everyone gone?
No, people here still, but I don't know.
Oh,
if
they
it-
are. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone. I mean, if anyone have more questions, is Deborah? How are you? Are you tired or you?
This brings me energy. I love doing this, and it's been so great interacting with this group. This has been one of the better groups, just for the record. You guys are really great.
We have a comment from Jess. So he said, took an in-person hands-on cooking class, but they freaked out and I will not let me touch. It won't let me touch anything. So glad to see the Blind Kitchen busting the myth. You want to talk about your experience, Deborah?
Yeah, it's interesting. So I have a whole range of cooking abilities because I'm in a voc rehab program, so I'm teaching adults. So sometimes adults are 18 years old because they've just graduated from high school. And I don't mean to be ageist and I don't need to be sexist, but I find that many of my young men that come into meal prep classes are terrified. They've never been allowed in the kitchen. They've been told all their lives that it's a dangerous place. You'll get cut, you'll get burnt, you'll die. It's just they literally, because I do a lot of hands-on hands work, because I need to check where their hands are to make sure they're safe. We're standing in front of a cold stovetop and oven. And the first lesson is always to teach them the safe use of an oven. I've never had one fail to be able to bake bacon in an oven on the first day of class. It's possible, but as they're standing there in front of the cold oven and stuff, they are literally trembling. So I'm just here to say, if you have, once I'm there with them and I can say, you got to trust me. I show them the cold oven. I teach them how the oven works. This is where the heat's going to come from. This is where you got to be real careful. These are heat gloves. You need to wear these whenever you're touching an oven. And to me, it is so refreshing because anyone can do it. We've had people that are wheelchair users. We've had people that have, were born with other physical problems, like maybe only one limb. And if they can do it, believe it, and everyone has vision loss. You don't qualify for services from the state of Oregon if you're not legally blind. So I hope that answers your questions. But if you come to Oregon, I could teach you how to cook.
Another question: Have you worked with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities?
It seems we're getting more and more people. Autism, the spectrum, seems to be really coming more out of the corners now, and I think it's definitely that way. We have people with traumatic brain injuries that have lost their vision generally, and with some type of a head injury or something like that. Yeah, we definitely, one of my colleague who I absolutely adore, Shar, she's the one that taught me how to cook without vision, said with a lot of our clients, vision loss is the least of their problems. And we find that to be true. Living situations, family situations, addictions around them or with them, intellectual disabilities, mental illness. We deal with it every day at the commission, and it does make things more challenging. There's no doubt about it. But you know, you do what you do. These are our clients.
All right. If anyone has any other questions, comments?
No, I just want to let Debbie know I was here again.
Oh, Dino. So this is my brother, Dean. He's from Indiana too. We have a woman in here her name is Aid. She's from Minnesota, and she's from near the corn capital of her state.
She was the one talking about the corn cobber.
That's right.
What do you call it?
We bonded corn cob cleaner. We bonded over the corn cob cleaner. That's right.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Handy dandy gadget.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I just wanted to say hello again. I know this is the end of all of it. This is last. You've gone through the whole gamut at this point.
Yes, this is the 6th of 6 sessions. We're at the end of it.
6 of 6. Okay.
Yeah.
So
very enlightening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very enlightening. Okay. Talk to you later.
Okay, Dean. Love you. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Okay, I think this is the end, Deborah. I think that unless anyone has any other questions, but always feel free to contact us through our website or social media. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Vimeo, YouTube. So there's all these outlets. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you.
And Deborah, I was just gonna catch up with you. I just called you and we can chat for a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for all your help today, Edgar, but I'll thank you again on the phone.
Yeah, thank you.